stand together and fight this disease.
I come this way before, travel through the open door. Circumstances navigated the path, and life happened oh so fast. No, it got lonely sometimes. You see, I know we couldn't make it. Even when I'm off beat, I still land on my feet, and nothing can shake me, cause I know life took a hold of me. I never. This is where I am destined to be. I'm not ready to give up. No. I believe in the miracle of life. Life's a play with no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Games can play, can't take it personal, cause the devil is a liar. Telling you the truth, it's all in what you do, things you gotta do, It's fight for millions, take a second, see the blessing in it. But much expected, much is given. When I made the living, now I'm giving back to children. Never let the power come first before your happiness, yes. You can be the best if you go the distance. Mix a little sweat with your persistence. You know that the best things are never instant. Just shine, let them see your brilliance. Get up, open up your eyes now. It's the moment of truth. No backing down. We're bringing it to life. For the children, it's a given. You gotta give it, be a blessing.
This my personal statement. Run the game like I'm ASICS. Learn to develop patience, determined to be the greatest. Yeah, bobbing and weaving, they changing up like the seasons. Indigenous to the grind, so I do it for all my people. Jabbing the competition, back up against the ropes. You fighting for recognition, I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lack it. While cancer slowing our road, I'm confident we'll make it. We focus on common goals. Yeah,
give back, give love, giving something away. Never give up, stand tall to fight another day. 2 toes, 2 feet, I stand on the ground. I'm going wrestle and fight this final round. Life's a play for no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Can't get play, can't take it personal, cause the devil is a liar. Telling you the truth, it's all in what you do, some things you gotta do,
Oh, we early, but it's okay. What up, DB? What up, Barbershop Conversation? What up, KJ? Hey, what's up, DB? Hey, the phone, just call in, D. No more hands. The phone line is open. Hey, what's up, PPD? You mailed it off, eh? Yeah, man. I appreciate everybody coming in here, man. Thank you. I know, so I'm really excited to have this conversation, man. I'm totally excited. All right, good. Now we can rock. I'm really excited, man. I can't wait. So he'll be in it any second now, and we'll just vibe out, man. I appreciate everybody coming. I know it's a. There we go. We early starts and stuff like that. Y'all in the middle of your day, kids, family, work. Rush hour, all that good stuff. I already know, but I thank y'all for coming in here, man. And you know what I think I'm gonna start doing? I'm going to replay the interview. I think I'm gonna start doing that, like the 4 o'clock shows. I'm gonna replay them at a different time. You know what I mean? I think I'll do that. I think that'll be cool. You know what I mean? Just to give people like a refresher, you know what I mean? Because they're like, oh man, I missed it. Well, I'll put it as a premiere and they can rewatch the show. I think that I think that'll help people. I just thought about that right now. But yeah, man, we got a good show tonight too. I mean, we might as well talk about it. Y'all niggas been DMing me all day about him. Derek Jackson. So we'll we'll have a conversation about that. You know, it's totally on y'all. And other stuff we could talk about as well, but I'm pretty sure y'all, I mean, that's all that's on my timeline. And I didn't know that he was popular like that. I didn't know, you know what I mean? I had no idea, but you know, we'll jump right into it. So I think that'll be cool. And but yeah, so I appreciate everybody coming in here, waiting on DB to call in, and then well, waiting on the guests as well. So, but yeah, so Tony Harrison, he has a fight April 17th, so you can add that to the fray. Tony Harrison. Then the next week got Chris Arreola versus Andy Ruiz. So April looks good. PBC filled in April. You know, I guess without fans, they don't really have a desire to for fans to come, so they don't do no promotion for the fight. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good idea, Kenon. That's a good idea, but I'm gonna be too loud. I can't separate the audios, so when I ask the question, y'all gonna say I'm too loud, I'm yelling in y'all ear. So I was conflicted with that, KJ. I was real conflicted with that. I didn't know what to do. I was like, man, do I raise the volume and then they get mad at me for yelling at them? Or do they, you understand what I'm saying? So that was, I have about an hour left. I'll raise the volume on the last clips, okay? But I'm gonna be really, really loud when I ask the question, just so you know. Okay. I'll do that. All right. Not a problem. Hey, what's up? Because I was thinking that the whole time. Do I raise the volume? What's up, DB?
What's up, family?
What's up?
Yeah, hey, sorry to everybody in the chat, man. Ken Lon, Mr. Padzor, the Queen Patty Dean, KJ. Yes, indeed, everybody, man. Yeah. I'm in here now. Yeah, I had to grab my charger out the truck, man.
Oh,
I had my charger inside of my man bag, you know what I'm saying, my backpack or whatever. So I run back in the house. I'm trying to plug it in, and I'm like, damn it. And I got it connected directly into the truck. So it wasn't even in my bag. I had to run back out.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm in this piece, man. Ready, Dr. John Carlos.
Is that how you say Carlos? Is that how you say Carlos in Spanish?
Carlos. Juan Carlitos.
Right.
My big bro in the building. What up, bro?
Yeah, I saw him. No, we can't see him, PPD. No, tell him to activate the camera where it says click the camera. It says that. So we'll do it like that.
Yeah, what were you talking about a second ago? You said everybody was DMing you something?
Oh, about the Derek Jackson thing.
Oh, yeah. I saw that, man. I never heard of the dude before yesterday.
Oh, really?
I've
heard of him. I heard of him a long time ago, but I didn't listen to him. I listened to him maybe like I saw him on World Star Hip Hop, I would say about 5 years ago. And he was talking about something. And I was like, okay. And then I reached out to him because I was writing this script. And I was like, oh, maybe he could play this role for me. You know what I mean? And that's it. And then I haven't listened to any of his videos since then. And but I didn't know he was such a big phenomenon. I didn't know that.
A relationship guru or something? Is that what he's supposed to be?
That's what I find. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know he was like a relationship guru. I thought he was just like a talker. You understand? I didn't know that he had like I guess rules and guidelines and giving women, like he was like the holy grail to women. And I didn't know that until yesterday. I had no idea. So
yeah, it was at the top of my timeline. I don't even something like that. But I'm like, who is it? I don't even know. It said he was talking. Damn, I don't even remember how I got it. Top of my timeline. I don't even remember. But anyway, but I know I clicked on it, and I saw the reaction. It said something about him talking in third person or something. I'm like, who is this dude? And I thought he was a big dude. So I thought he was a football player. And I'm like, damn, I never heard of this dude. And then I saw the comments, and then I saw a video underneath it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but I'm not interested.
No, I didn't watch his. I didn't watch. Maybe I should watch it before tonight's show. But he did a video with his girlfriend or wife, and they were talking about how he was apologetic or something. And
that's the one I saw.
And in my head, I'm like, why are you apologizing online?
Right.
That's my head. Like, why are you apologizing to the internet? Like, who cares what you do? You ain't got it. You don't owe these people nothing.
But you know what? You know what that shows? That shows that he's more concerned about public perception than he is probably about his own household.
Oh, gotcha. Because I didn't. Nah, PPD, we can't see him. So tell him to click that middle button where it says connect the camera and audio. Type the name and it's gonna pop right in, and we'll be solid. We'll be good to go. If not, I'll send him a Zoom link and we'll do it like that. And
what I want to do was do my zoom.
Yeah. So you were dropping off jumpers today?
Yeah. Oh, you caught that? Yeah. I did 2 today. So yeah. It's pretty cool, man. It's heating back up. You know what I mean? Once the weather, that's all I was waiting for. Once the weather to get back right, just to get some stuff. But I'm trying to get the party stuff. I need to put some more photos of the party stuff. But I got like, I don't know if I showed you already before, but I got like oversized, like big sizes of stuff, like dominoes, caroms, chessboards.
Really?
Like like all of the games and stuff. So, but the ones that really hit is the adult parties. Like those are the ones, you know what I'm saying? Because it'll be me and my little cousin or something, and it'll be me, him, or maybe me and 2 of my cousins, and we go and do it. You know what I'm saying? We just, we get our Magic Mike on. You know what I'm saying? Let the ladies have a good time. Yeah.
Magic Mike.
Yeah. We get our Magic Mike on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jay Gibson in the house. What's up, Jay? Yeah. So, Dr. John, where you at, brother? We looking for you.
PPD trying to get him right. PPD trying to get him right, and he ain't even beamed in. He hasn't even pushed the button yet because he hasn't even beamed in blank yet. PPD. So
okay. Well, what everybody in the chat can do, y'all could go ahead and hit that thumbs up real quick.
Hit that thumbs up. Hit that like button.
10 people in the house, man. Get 10 likes real quick.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts. Big facts.
One by one.
Big facts.
Just the thought of having Dr. John Carlos in there, that should already be a thumbs up.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely right.
What else? Hear that, man? I got my Blue Cub Sports TV, man. I'm at my folks' house, and I came in one of the rooms, and the fire, what's it? The fire alarm, the smoke detector.
Sure.
It needs a battery, man. I don't know if you could hear it.
I can't hear it. You do a good job at muzzling it.
Yes, you go. So yeah, I'll be in and out of mute. As soon as I stop talking, I'm gonna hit mute.
Let me get a Zoom link for them. Like the same way I did
Bill Duke.
Whatchamacallit?
Gorilla.
Yeah. It's just gonna be off balance a little bit.
Jay Dixon, what's up with your family?
Let's see how I do this. Okay, there we go.
We ready for y'all. I love this weather, man. This is
wasn't it?
Jay Dixon, where you at? You in the DMV? I know in Texas it was cold. They had the snowstorm and all of that stuff. But how was Texas right now? I wonder. Jay Gibson, Jay, you here? You in Cali, right? And Ken Line, I think Ken Line up north too. The Pazor, where you at? What's the weather like around the world?
Did I freeze? Oh shit, I just froze. But let's. All right, I'm back. All right, PPD, just send them that link. And I just sent you a Zoom link, PPD. If they don't know how to do that, I'll just bring them in on Zoom, and they'll hear me that way. And I'll bring them up on Zoom, and we'll rock out like that. That'll be easier, PPD. Oh, cutting the grass. What's up, Jay Dixon? Oh man. Oh, you DFW 73 today in Dallas.
Okay. Kenny Banks, he said, 75 and sunny. Yeah. And Jacob said DFW 73. Okay. Tom Brown. Yeah, I know what Chicago looked like. You was there. Plus I got a friend down there. Jay Dixon said Macon, Georgia. Oh yeah, that's in Georgia. And then Jay in the DMV. Okay.
Georgia?
There we go.
Nah, PPD.
Georgia.
PPD, I just emailed you a Zoom link. Just oh nope, they're here. Oh, I said they're here. I got you. He's in. I got it. No need for the Zoom link. End meeting for all. We see you, Doc. I'll wait for you to get off the phone. Hey, you ready? Thumbs up. You ready? All right.
I don't see myself, but I guess that's.
Oh, you just clicked off, man. What happened? BBD, what happened? He just clicked off, man. Oh man. He's there, PPD, but now we just gotta he just gotta beam back in. Same way he did the first time, and we'll rock out. Yeah, this is cool. Mm-hmm. What's up, SS Caesar?
What up, Steve?
He figured it out, but I guess his phone died. His phone must have died or something like that, because it just cut out. So we'll do it like that again. Yeah, PPD working. Yeah, just tell him I don't know what happened, PPD, but maybe he needs to do it from maybe his battery is low or something on his phone. We'll figure it out. So, but yeah, so PBC filled in the April schedule. We got April 10th. We have what's the guy's name? Jaron Ennis versus Sergio Lipinets. And we got Tony Harrison April 17th against Brian Peralta. And April 24th, we have what's the guy's name? Chris Arreola versus Andy Ruiz. How you like that schedule?
I'm with it. I'm just again, we had the conversations about pay-per-views, man. Listen, I'm not going to pay for a pay-per-view that I don't deem worthy, but the fights are cool.
Yeah, the fights are cool.
Fights, just not, and I would love to even see those fights in person. You know what I mean? But yeah, for pay-per-view, no, thank you.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, but the one of the reasons why they probably not even doing it releasing it early is because they probably just ain't no fans involved. I think they probably still doing it from the bubble. Maybe Chris Arreola and Andy Ruiz. Maybe Ruiz has changed to May 1st.
Okay. Thanks, Alexander.
Whoa, that's an expensive month for Latino boxing fans. Woof. Because you got Canelo, that's pay-per-view, and is that May 22nd pay-per-view? No, it's not. That's on ESPN, right?
ESPN.
So just back-to-back weekends, they got to pay $75. So not unless you got what you call it already.
The app.
Yeah, the app. Now that you're paying the $20 a month already. So, but
Dazzin.
By the way, I watched that. I watched that. Did you watch Brian Custer interview today?
No, I didn't.
I watched it. It's 30 minutes long. Oh, it was entertaining, man. It was entertaining like a son of a gun, man. Sometimes I'll be like, man, don't commit a crime with a Charlo, man. They just be talking. They just be talking. Yeah, I see you now. We see you. Don't push no buttons. We see you. You're good. He's good, PPD. I see him. He's on the phone now. All right. I see you. You ready to beam in? All right. I'm here. How you doing, Dr. John Carlos? How are you doing?
Hey, man, after the workout, man, I can say I'm doing a lot better. I feel strong.
we got the co-host DB on the phone. What's up, DB? Dr. John Carlos.
Dr. John Carlos, pleasure to meet you, young man.
My brother's all mine, brother. How you doing?
Unbelievable. Thank you, sir.
Right on.
First, we want to honor you, man. Thank you for coming on this platform, man. It's an absolute pleasure to have you in here, man. You're a hero for everybody. You know what I mean? The strength.
Thank you, man.
October 16th, 1968, man. You exude a great deal of courage, man. 2 people against the world, man. How about that? In front of the world.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, man. I always felt like I wasn't there by myself, brother. You was there. You might have been a youngster, but you was there with me. Every black man, you understand? Every black man and every black woman felt and understood, and their vibes and genes was right there on that platform with John Carlos, no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Can you take us back to the thought process? Was it prior to the Olympics you had these thoughts, or was it in the Olympic Village?
Well, man, if I have to take you back to the beginning, man, it started when I was like 7, 8 years old. The power of the universe gave me a vision. And I remember telling my daddy I was in a movie. I saw myself in a stadium. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what a stadium was, but it was a grass field, and I'm standing on a milk crate. And all the people there, I couldn't see them, but I could hear them, and they just going yippee-ki-yay and excited. And I'm the only one out there on that grass in the box. And it kind of scared me. But then I realized there was applauding. I never saw what I did. And as a little kid, you want to wave your hand and just wave to the people. And I'm right-handed, and I went to wave with my left hand. And just where you see my hand in the poster, my hand froze in that vision in time just then. And the reason why it froze is because all the happiness and joy that was there, it was like somebody hit a switch or snapped their finger, and all the joy and the happiness turned to anger and venom. They started throwing things, spitting at me, calling me names, telling me where to go. Now, mind you, I'm like a 7-year-old kid in this. And it shook me up so much that day until we went to dinner about 5 o'clock that evening. And my father could see something was wrong. He said, "Johnny, what's the matter?" I said, "Daddy, I was in a movie." He said, "You was in a movie?" But he could see I was distraught. So he said, "What happened?" I said, "Daddy, I don't know. It looked like I did something and everybody was happy." And then they got mad at me. They started throwing things at me and called me names and telling me where to go and spitting at me. And I remember my father brought me into his chest and said, "Son, no one's going to bother you." He said, "My job is to love you, protect you, feed you, house you, and see that you get a good education. No one's going to bother you." And he looked over my head and he said to my mother, he said, "Val, look like God's got something planned for this kid. We're going to have to wait and see." 15 years later, man, I was on that victory stand, and if I'm lying, I hope God take me way here right this minute. Exactly what happened in that vision happened that day on that victory stand. And if you notice in the picture, you would never see any stress or tension on me in the activity that was taking place at the time. I was relaxed as I was walking down the street because I realized at that moment, oh shit, this is what this vision was about. This is what this movie was about. Okay. So if I get started, it has to start there. But then as I ran in San Jose and running track and so forth, I was down in East Texas State first. And they started talking about doing some sort of demonstration. And not demonstration, but specifically boycotting the Olympics. Mm. And I felt that was a worthy challenge based on the complexity of our history. Maybe if we step back, like if the black soldiers was to take point and say, we're going to step back from the First World War, would America be as good as it is today? If the black soldiers said we're going to step back from the Second World War, I don't think they would be as great as they are today. But they would make a point. And my idea is, well, yeah, we can step back from the Olympics. Although we all want to go to the Olympics, we raised to go to the Olympics, but it's a bigger issue in my mind, in my heart, than an Olympic medal. Transferred out there to California, down Carlos, because I came with, they got to realize that it wasn't just East Coast as them. So then I kind of blended in. But I'm looking at what they're doing, and I'm realizing that what they're doing is even more valuable than I thought, because it was such a worldwide situation. And then I realized that, like you led into the program talking about strength, I realized that a lot of individuals in society don't have the strength to do what's necessary when it's time to do it. In the sense that it was very difficult once we educated ourselves in terms of why we doing what we doing, what's necessary to do, and what we're looking for as an outcome. Once we gathered that in our minds based on studying the library, then we said we have to go and educate the rest of the athletes and make them understand why we feel it's necessary that they would join this boycott. But, it's difficult for guys that's been training all their life, man, from the time they was a youngster, to say, man, you want me to stop and pass up what I've been looking for all my life? It was difficult. And at that particular time, I really couldn't understand. You're like, what's the big deal? It's a track meet. We just asked you to pass up a track meet. But that was the way I felt. That was in me. But they were looking at the Olympics from a different perspective. Like this was the utopia. And you asked me to step back. So as I've grown older, I began to realize that, maybe I was wrong in terms of being so hard and for the fact that they couldn't come together to state a boycott. But in me, I felt like I wasn't going to go. And then the powers of the universe, just like they came in that vision to me, it came to my mind that day. They said, John, so, you can stay home from the games, but someone's going to go and represent you, be in your spot. You think that they get to the victory stand, you think they're going to do what you need them to do, what you would like to see happen? And when that registered in my brain, it was imperative that I made the team. It was imperative that I went. And then, sure, the vibes of the friction was there because they didn't particularly want me on the Olympic team. They didn't particularly want Tommy Smith on the Olympic team. Lee Evans, they weren't as hard on Lee Evans as they was on John Carlos and Tommy Smith. So they tried and weed this out. But God,
Doc, 1 second. Can you take? Are you talking on the phone? Because you're breaking up. The Wi-Fi is breaking up. See, damn.
The team.
Doc. So here's what we got to do. I think you got to take your phone off. Are you speaking into a phone?
So now we made
hold on, Doc.
Okay.
Okay, because we missed that whole thing because of the Wi-Fi, the connection. Are you
let's see what happens from here. We
okay,
know
let's
get
try
to the round. No, I'm let me see if I can move to another location.
Okay, yeah, because man, we missed that.
Y'all gonna have to bear with me.
And we missed that whole story, man. Oh, did we? Oh man.
All right, well, let's try and do it again.
Okay.
All right, let me just get plugged in here and set up.
Thank you.
Take your time, young man. Take your time.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. That we have
Okay.
time, and I can take my time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
All right, you were speaking about someone taking your place.
Yeah, I'm not ready yet. Just hold
no.
on.
Okay.
Now, hopefully this will be better.
Okay. Yeah, behind the Malcolm picture would be great because I'm dying to hear your Malcolm X story. I saw half of it online. I'm eager to listen to the second half of it.
All right.
So,
all right, how we doing?
We good now. I see my brother Malcolm in the back and Martin. So, okay, someone had taken your place and couldn't be you better than you.
Right, and it said, do you think that individual going to victory stand would be a representative as to who you would like to be, make the statement that you would like to make? Then it was imperative that I made the team. When I made the team, well, they didn't like the fact that we were going to make the team. They tried to do some things to block us from making the team. For instance, I was hurt. I just come back from Trinidad, tore my hamstring.
Wow.
I was wrapped up real tight. See, they had two trials. They had one trial in Los Angeles, the Coliseum, and then they made the official trial up in Sacramento. Not Sacramento, but Tahoe. So they knew that Mrs. Smith didn't run well out of lane 8 as a rabbit. They knew I was hurt, so they put me in lane 1. They put him in lane 8. If you didn't qualify, one of the top 4 runners in that race, you don't move up to Tahoe. So I told Tommy, I said, man, I don't know whether I'm going to make it. I said, but follow my lead. Don't worry about it. I'm going to come up and turn and hit everybody. Lane 1. By the grace of God, both of us made it. So they wasn't too happy about that. But by the time we got to Tahoe, I was healed. I was ready. No ifs and buts about it. And then we try and, like I said, try and mobilize ourselves and make the athletes understand, what the effort is in terms of bringing us together for a boycott. So we had meetings, and when it came to the meeting, I think we were maybe in Los Angeles. We all got together, and they voted, they wanted to go to the games. So you want to go to the games? Super, go. And we don't have the right to tell you not to go, although we're not satisfied with your response to what we felt the need of the society was. But everybody went, man, and I'm glad that everybody went because, first of all, it was probably the greatest Olympic Games in the history of the Olympics. There was a lot of drama, a lot of suspense, a lot of pressure, and a lot of love. Not to mention the great athleticism that was taking place as well. So with all that being combusted, man, when you went to the stadium was like it was a living organism, man. Because we had an energy on the field, and I was separate from the energy of the people in the stands. I mean, it was just incredible. Even the night when we made that statement on the victory stand, it was incredible in terms of the response of that energy on the field as athletes. And then there was a total different energy of the people in the stands in terms of how they viewed and how they made up in their minds what they were seeing. Because most of them, I would say all of them on the field or in the stands, never saw anything like that on the planet. So a lot of people had to make adjustments. What the hell was that? What did I just see? Are they sorry? Are they mad because they went to the games to represent America? Oh, we wasn't mad that we went to the games to represent America. What we was mad about the fact that America never represented us. In a simple statement.
And did you take so you took the black glove pre-Olympics to the Olympics, knowing if you medaled, you were going to raise your hand?
No, black glove. First of all, let me clear some things up.
Okay.
A lot of people say it was 2 pair of black gloves, and John Collins left his black gloves home or what have you. Nonsense. It was 1 pair of gloves. Mr. Smith had his gloves. He had his wife, Denise Smith, to bring the gloves to the Olympics because Tommy's ideas were if he received his medal by Avery Brundage, this was something that he and Lee Evans had cooked up, that if Mr. Brundage was to give him their medal, they was going to put the glove on because they didn't want to touch him. Okay? And then my thoughts were, after we were in the quarter semi, say, man, you know, I'm disenchanted about the fact that the boycott was called off. I want to make a statement. What's your take, Tommy? And Tommy said, I'm with you. When he said he was with you, 2 things rushed through my mind. The first thing was he could have a medal. Just for the fact that he said that he was with me in that instance, because I felt it was necessary for 2 people to be out there to make that statement. Then the second thing was, what do we have to bring to the table? What artifacts? And he said, I had the gloves. Bring them. I had beads. Bring them. He had a black scarf. Bring them. I had a black shirt. Bring them. We were wearing black socks.
Black socks.
I had gone out and worked with the Puma Shoe Company since I was a kid in high school. I'm the one that made Puma what it was back in the 60s, in the early 70s. I felt that the shoe needed to be on the victory stand just based on the fact that when I was there with Puma, what I respected about the Puma Shoe Company was the fact that they gave black kids shoes that couldn't afford shoes. They gave young black athletes shoes that didn't have a name or reputation. And I felt like it was only fair in terms of us making this statement that the Puma people might be right there because they gave us basically the gears, uniforms, everything to keep up our persona about getting ready for the games. That's how the Puma shoe got out there. If you notice, you look on the victory stand, you'll see that my shoe is front and center. You can see the logo. But that's neither here nor there. You know, they came back and they said, well, these guys got $2 million a piece because they put the shoe out there. And I laughed and I said, well, if they gave $2 million, I'd like to know where they dropped it. You know? But that's what happened relative to, you know, us getting ready to go to the games. But it's so much more than that story, man.
I'm ready to hear it. No, take your time, please.
No, you know, let's start out about running track. I'm gonna start from Lenox Avenue in New York.
I was born on Lenox Avenue, Esplanade Gardens, man. What's up?
Man, I was there, but long before the Gardens came in, bro.
I know you were. You
know, I was right there between the Cotton Club and Savoy Ballroom.
Okay.
Well, look, it used to be 2 black detectives in New York. And I say black detective, they're black policemen.
Yes.
A Mr. Lester and a Mr. Bryant out of 32nd Precinct. Mr. Bryant was about 6'6", big red bone, man, big hands, man, hands up here. And Mr. Lester was probably about 5'11". I don't think he was quite 6 feet. Anyway, they worked together. And I had so many partners that I went to school with. I saw some of my boys that went to school with me, man. They was messing with Skag way back then when we was in junior high school and going to Frederick Douglass. I looked at that. And then I looked at the fact that they was on this Skag because in 1947, they had a bootleg liquor called King Kong. A lot of black people was drinking this liquor. It was like a PCP. And they were drinking, they would go to the roof, man, and dive off the roof till they deaf.
What?
Yeah. I mean, when you tripping, that's what happens. And overnight, we went to bed one night, man, and overnight, this PCP or this King Kong, this bootleg liquor, dissipated. It left. But in its place came a thing called heroin, mud or smack or dirt. And when that was going on, my mother and her sister used to clean the abortion offices in New York from the doctors and clean up the afterbirth and the whole 9 yards. Well, I was a curious kid. When me and my brother used to go, I used to go to the doctor's office looking at drawers. And I would look in a drawer, and most of them would have a piece of cardboard, and they would have cocaine on the cardboard. And I remember putting my hand in it, man, and ran my hand up by my mouth, and my whole mouth froze. And I went to my mother. I said, "Mom, where's my mouth? My mouth?" And she said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I put my hand up," and she went off. "You went in up here with drawers?" And, because that wasn't the way we were raised. I said, "Mom, I'm just looking. I'm just trying to learn." And then she explained to me that this was a drug that frees the womb and keeps the doctor straight, focused on what he's doing with these abortions. So I realized right then that there was two types of drugs. So there was a professional drug, and then there was a street drug. We as Black people had the street drug. Professional people had cocaine. And then I began to look at my partners that I went to school with and realized when that drug came out in the place of King Kong, a lot of their daddies used that drug, man, for escapism. Now you think, what is escapism? Well, imagine a father, at that time the soap operas was coming on TV, Days of Our Lives and all that. You sit back and your wife don't have a job, you don't have a job, and then all of a sudden your wife get a job and you still don't have a job. And she wants you to go to work. And you want to go to work, but there's no work out there. Now your wife get up and go to work and tell you, "Oh, baby, I'm going to work." And you might leave the house, and as soon as she leave, you go back and you laid up on the sofa. And at the same time, while you laid up on the sofa, your brain is ticking. Mm-hmm. Your brain is ticking because now I'm starting to realize through things that happen in my life with my kids. Like my daughter come and say, "Daddy, it's my birthday next week. You promised me you're going to buy me a dress for my birthday." Because Black kids at that time, the mother had one dress. It wasn't like white kids. They had one dress, and the mother would have to wash that dress and iron the dress every night just so her daughter could feel good about herself going to school the next day. "Daddy, you going to buy me that dress?" "Yeah, baby, I'm going to get you that dress." She smiles, she walks away, and he walks down the hall, man. He put his hand in his pocket, and there's nothing in his pocket but holes. Before he can digest that, here come his son, say, "Dad, my PE teacher told me if I don't get some tennis shoes, some sneakers, and a t-shirt and shorts, I'm going to fail PE. I need some sneakers, Daddy." "You going to get it for me, Daddy?" "Yeah, son, I'm going to get you your sneakers." And he walked down the hall again, put his hand in his other pocket. He got bigger holes. And then his wife come and tell him, "See, baby, we've been married 15 years. Our anniversary's coming up. What are we going to do?" And he's thinking to himself, "Man, there's no place that I could even go steal a rose to give to my wife." Now I'm real low. I'm lower than a Coca-Cola bottle top. Now here's the kick. You go to the mirror every day to wash your face, brush your teeth, do your hair, do your thing, get hooked up. But we never, as Black men, was looking in the mirror at who we are. And this guy happened to look in the mirror that day, and he looked up, and this was a junkie told me this in New York up on the roof on 153rd Street. He said to me, he said, "Johnny," he said, "man, do you know what it's like to have a girlfriend? And you wanted to do everything for her. You married her. You're going to be the best husband. You're going to be the best father. You're going to be the best provider. And just based on the color of your skin, you can't do nothing. Now I'm looking in the mirror, and the guy that I see in the mirror, I don't like." When he told me that, I said to him, "What do you mean like? How you not going to like yourself?" And he said to me, he said, "Well, when you can't do what you need to do as a man for your family." And at the same time he's saying this, a transition is taking place. The transition of this drug started to really spreading out in Harlem and all the urban areas across this country, particularly in Harlem, because that was the test program. Now, somebody give them this, like if you saw Lady Sings the Blues with Donna Ross, and you think about how they said to Donna Ross, "Take this little package here. It'll help you get through the night." Well, a lot of those fathers took those packages because they thought it was a weekend trip, or just a getaway for the day. And a lot of them been missing in action for 80 plus years. When you see these kids running around the street with their pants sagging and rolling together in different cliques and so forth, if you go back and you check, 85% of them don't have fathers in the house. And then when you sit back and think about when I was a kid coming up, a black person, a father couldn't provide. So they would have to go and get social service, as they call it today. In my day, they call it welfare. You go get welfare, or welfare had restrictions. Restrictions was this. First restriction is you can't have a man in the house. You can't have any type of income coming. This is the food that we will provide for you. You understand? So now here, the woman at home, she got 4 kids because the average family in my neighborhood had 4 kids. And now the woman gets up, and I just happened to beat her this morning and knock on the door, and his mother goes to the door, and the white woman stand there, and she says to the woman, "Good morning." The woman brushes on by her, don't say good morning, just runs in, look in the ashtray, look up under the sofa, get up and go in the bedroom, look in the bedroom, look in the closet, look under the bed. And I'm asking my man, I said, "Leon, what is she doing?" He said, "Man, just be cool, be cool." And before anything else I can digest, she looking in the ashtray to see if she see a cigar. She looking under the sofa to see if she see any slippers. Then she going in the closet looking to see if she see any trousers or a suit. Because if anything that you did to break one of those rules, now you lose your check. Now how's the mother gonna make it? The father's gone most of the time. She ain't making no money. She got 4 kids. She's trying to wage her way through society. So I decided, based on what I saw as a kid, this white guy on TV wearing a funny looking uniform called Robin Hood. And I kind of liked this guy because Robin Hood said, man, he made the understanding in his mind there was 2 laws. It was man's law, but there was God's law. He chose to go with God's law. He said, man, I ain't worried about man's law. So he told the sheriff of Nottingham, if you come through the woods, bro, this is my turf. You come to the woods, you got to pay a tariff. Well, you know them trains over there right there on 155th Street, right? Mm-hmm. Right out in front of Yankee Stadium, where Yankee Stadium used to be, right? Mm-hmm. Well, now it used to be all the freight trains. So I got me, a couple of my boys, and we went over there, and I told them, I said, man, we're going to investigate what they have coming through. And what they had coming through was what everybody in the neighborhood need: clothes and food. Food and clothes. Mm-hmm. So we started stealing. I wasn't raised to be no thief. I didn't get no pleasure out of being a thief, but I had no concerns about being a thief when I was being a thief in the right sense. I used to hit them trains, man, and go, and the guy right there on 155th Street in that box, and sit in that box all day looking over the Harlem River when they tell him to open up that bridge. I remember running one day, and I said to him, I stopped, and I said to him, I said, man, how much they pay you for this job? He looked at me and said, man, they don't pay me enough to sit here all day and read a paper over and over and have a telephone looking at the Harlem River. I said, well, look, you see us coming through here every day. I said, the police is going to ask you to open this bridge. I said, man, if you give us 5 minutes, every time we come through, I'll drop something for you. And man said to me, he said, I can't give you 5 minutes. And I kind of turned away, dejected. He said, but I can give you 3. When he said that, I turned and smiled. I said, we got a deal. So I'm running across the bridge. Me and my boys, we run across the bridge on a regular basis. And we would give all the clothes and the food to the people in the neighborhood. And I remember one of my boys telling me, said, man, we're going to have fat pockets. I said, this ain't for our pockets. This is for your family, man. You don't have nothing in your house. I was cool because I had a mother and a father in my house. But 80% of my guys that I roll with, their fathers were gone. So these 2 detectives went to my father, and they said, Earl, they knew my father. They saw gamble together. They went to my father and said, Earl, there's been some break-ins over at the freight yard, and you need to tell Johnny. And my father stopped him right there. He said, no. He said, that's your job. He's at McCoon's Park right now. They came over to McCoon's Park. You know what McCoon's Park is. They came over there. They blocked the park off. They came in, they found me and my boy, told my boy, sit up against the fence. And said, Johnny, We need to talk to you. And right on the turn, they walked across the grass and had me on the inside of the track. And Mr. Bryan said, go on, tell him, Mr. Lester, tell him. Mr. Lester looked at me, told me, he said, John, he said, look, let me tell you something. There's been some break-ins. We think we know who is doing it. We can't catch him, but we gonna catch him. And when he said we gonna catch him, he took his nose and pushed his nose up against mine. In other words, you better slow your roll. All right. Mr. Bryan said, we're going to tell him the other thing. And Mr. Lester said, okay. He said, John, you have a talent. And I looked at him, I said, what talent? I knew I was a good boxer. I knew I could play basketball pretty good. I knew I was a great swimmer. So what talent are you talking about? And he said, you're a runner. And when he said I was a runner, I smirked. Like that. Mr. Bryan smacked me, man. He smacked me so hard I can see it now. He smacked me, his head wrapped, came on the other side of my face. He said, don't disrespect Mr. Lester. I said, I'm not disrespecting Mr. Lester. He said, I'm a runner. Everybody in the neighborhood is a runner. Because at that time in history, a lot of black kids didn't have no income coming, didn't have no money. So what they were doing was running around snatching women's purses. Okay? So when he said I was a runner in the sense that everybody ran. And I said to him, I said, Mr. Bryan, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I said, my mother's a runner. And when I said my mother's a runner, somebody snatched my mother's purse. My mother was a nurse at Bellevue Hospital. She used to work nights. And I remember she went to work one night and she came back about 30 minutes later with her legs bleeding, stockings all torn up and everything. And me and my brother and my father, we was upset. What happened? Kid snatched my purse. So we going to find this dude. And my mother saying, it's all right. All I need is some Mercurochrome and some bandages. I'll be okay. My father said, nah, we going to get the purse. My mother said, I got my purse. And she held it up. And my father said, well, fine, how you get your purse? And she said, I ran him down and got my purse. So when Mr. Bryan said, I'm a runner, everybody runs. And Mr. Lester said, no, you're special. You're special. And he gave me a phone number to the New York Pioneer Club. That's how I got involved in track and field. I wasn't out there looking to be no track star or get involved in no track. But then when I ran my first track meet in the 168th Street Armory.
How old were you, by the way?
At that time, I must have been maybe 14, 15 years old.
Oh, you late.
Oh, yeah, I didn't get right in because, man, I wanted to be a boxer. My mother taught me that. The first way I got hooked up with racism or the difference in color, because before you were born, in Harlem, it used to be a multicultural community. All whites, Italians, blacks, Puerto Ricans, everybody was there. And then all of a sudden, one day they decided to move. But what it was, my father had to explain to me about them moving, at the same time explain to me that you would never be able to go to the Olympics as a swimmer. I heard about this woman swimming the English Channel. Daddy, because I used to swim in the Harlem River all the time. Daddy, why is she swimming the English Channel? I didn't even know what the English Channel was, but I knew what swimming was. Yeah. Why is she swimming? Did she get a trophy? Did she get money? Did she get her name in the paper? My father said to me, he said, son, she probably get all of that. So I said to him, I said, well, I'm going to swim in the English Channel, but I got some questions for you, Daddy. Does she swim with a knife in her mouth? And my father looked at me and said, does she swim with a knife in her mouth? I said, yeah. He said, why would she swim with a knife in her mouth? I said, isn't there sharks in the water? He looked at me. I said, that's another thing, Daddy. What happened when she have to go to the bathroom? My father looked at me, smiled. He said, well, son, I'm going to go check it out. I'll let you know. And he looked at me and said, remember, I swim just like a rock, straight to the bottom, but I'm going to find out your questions. At that time also, your TV of today, our TV of yesterday was the radio. 99% of the people in the community had a radio, not a television. And they came across the radio talking about the Olympics. Hey, Daddy, what's the Olympics? He said, son, that's where the greatest athletes of the world come together, of mind and body, to see who's the best. I said, well, Daddy, do they have swimming in the Olympics? He says, yes. I said, they ever had a black swimmer represent America? He said, no. For a year and a half, I'm running around. I'm going to be the first black swimmer to represent America. And then one day my father looked at me and he told me, he said, son, we need to talk. And your father or your mother, when they got something to tell you that they know is going to hurt you, you can see the hurt in them coming to you. And he said to me, he said, son, you'll never be able to go to the Olympics as a swimmer. And I said, well, what do you mean, Daddy? He said, you'll never be able to go. And I said to him, I said, why? You can't afford it? And he said, no, I can afford it. And he looked at me and he said to me, he said, where would you swim? He said, you can't go to Colonial Pool and swim. He said, all your friends in there trying to cool off. He said, you can't go to the ocean. It's too rough. He said, you can't go to the Harlem River because you lose too many of your friends every summer. As he said it, I'm thinking through my mind real quick. And I said, well, what about a club? And he said, oh, yeah, son. And you can't join a club either. And I said, Daddy, you told me you can afford it. He said, no, they'll never let you in. I said, why? And he put his arm out and he did like this. He put his arm up just like that. And he rubbed on his hand. And when he did it, I thought he just had a bug bite. He was just rubbing. And he said, no, son, you can't swim because of the color of your skin. And then he says to me, he says, now parallel to Colonial Pool, he said to me, he says, son, when you go up to the white pool up in High Bridge, he said, what happened when you and your buddies go and jump in the water? And I remember we used to jump in the water up there and the parents would call their daughters and sons out the water, Bobby, Billy, Betty, hurry up, get out the water, get out the water. And we used to look at them do that. And we said, cool, that gives us more room to play, do our thing. So that made me leave swimming. My mother told me to give up boxing because I was her baby boy. She didn't want me to get my face broke up. And then the police came in. So I'm thinking that from that vision that I had as a little kid, it's almost like God had me on the stairway to Mexico City. Because now by the time I was like 13 years old, I heard on the radio a guy that was so forward with his statement and his belief and his confidence. He sounded like my father, but this guy was public. He was out in the streets talking. And it was Malcolm X. I asked my father, I said, who's that guy? He said, oh, it's a young minister from the mosque. He's going to take over the mosque on 116th Street. I listened to him that day, and I said to my father, I said, Daddy, I want to go down to the mosque. And I was Catholic. I was some religion, because I was looking for answers. So I went to the higher power because I felt that those here couldn't teach me nothing. So when I heard him, I was just so enthralled with what I was hearing. I said, Daddy, I want to go down there. My father said, nah, son, you don't need to go down there. You can go down there and get yourself in trouble. But I was so worrisome to him until he told me, sorry, son, you go down there. Don't get yourself in no trouble. And I never forget when I walked in, and they was down there taking them wooden folding chairs and setting them up for the people. And there was two old guys sitting up in the front. And I went and I sat down in the front and I said to him, I said, excuse me. I said, man, who is Malcolm X? Where's Malcolm X? And they pointed and said, there he is. I looked at him, I said, that's not Malcolm X. They said, no, what do you mean it's not Malcolm X? I said, man, that's not Malcolm X. They said, that's Malcolm X. I said, no, it can't be Malcolm X. And the old guy looked at me, he said, well, why can't he be Malcolm X? I said, man, he's too light-skinned to be Malcolm X. He's supposed to be blacker than what I see. Because he was blowing so black, you would think he was looking like your complexion of Marcus Garvey or somebody like that. But when I sat back, man, he went to the podium and he didn't speak no more than 2 seconds. I said, oh, damn, it is him. And I sat there, man, and I would have to say, man, that I was mesmerized based on the things that he was saying, based on the sincerity that I felt coming from him, based on his strength to have strength enough to be the one to educate his people. That just empowered me so much. And I remember after I went there about the third time, and it registered in my mind, said, man, I got to get to him where I could ask him questions. And I approached him and I said to him, I said, Mr. X, is it possible I can go with you from this location to your next location or your next location to the next location? And he looked at me, he said, go with me from next location, this location, next location. I said, yeah. He said, well, why would you want to do that? I said, because I have voids, questions. I'm trying to find answers for them. And I think you can help me. And he looked at me and he smiled. And I always remember, man, the dimples that he had, and he had like a cliff in his chin. I always remember that because he just looked down at me and he smiled, man. And he asked me, he said to me, he said, if you can keep up, because he was a fast walker. And when he said that, I kind of smiled because me and my brother used to go down to 59th Street, Central Park, and we would walk from 59th Street all the way back to 153rd Street and 8th Avenue.
Oh.
So my brother was taller than me. So I would have to run all the time to keep up with him. I'll run, then I'll walk with him, then I'll run again. So when Malcolm said, if you can keep up, I smiled. I said, yeah, I keep up. So I ran with Malcolm probably, I would say up until the time they took his life. So I would say that was probably about 3.5 years that I would roll with him. And it's funny, man. You know, I told him that I wasn't going to make it to the Audubon Ballroom that night because the next day we were going up to Bear Mountain. I remember it was a Saturday or Sunday. I don't remember which one. It was one of those days. And we were going up to, you know what Bear Mountain is, right? We were going to Bear Mountain because I was trying to get a New York driver's license. So me and two other my buddies, we got in the car, we drove up, and just as we passed West Point, it came on the radio that Malcolm was shot. We turned the car around, man. We raced back. By the time we got back up to 168th Street, man, everybody was out in the street crying. We knew that he was shot, but man, with the way they was bawling, it was worse than that. And then I heard one of the police talking about he's dead. I mean, just like that, you know, he's dead. Like, ain't no big thing. He's dead. Like the job is complete. I can't express to you, man, how hurt I was probably for the better part of 20 years. Because I always felt like if I was in the Audubon Ballroom, man, I could have did something to prevent him from getting shot, prevent him from getting killed. And I always felt like I let him down. I actually just come out of this funk probably about maybe 7, 8 years ago. It's a hard thing to think, man, that someone was sent here, you know, by a higher power, and then for them to just take his life. And then you made me think at the same time about they took his life and they took Martin's life. And we as Black people, when you sit back and think, say, well, Malcolm X had something going that was strong, that was positive, that was righteous. Martin Luther King had something that was going that was strong, that was powerful, that was righteous on both sides of the spectrum. This man said, turn the other cheek. This man said, tooth for a tooth. But at the same time, both of them had the same objective. But when they both died in the eyes of the bullet, their programs just went down. You understand? They went down. I mean, you don't hear nothing about what Malcolm X was doing with his program. You don't hear too much about what SCLC is doing right now. And my whole premise is this. These individuals here, man, as a shining star, like the three wise men that went to school, they'd gone to the stable where Christ was born. They came, man, to give knowledge and literature to us. And we believed in them so much and never believed in ourselves. Instead, we can't form anything, man. If I say, well, I believe in this man, I'm going to follow him. But when he falls in the hole and dies, then I'm lost. I don't know what to do. It kind of reminds me of the movie Forrest Gump. Everybody following Forrest because he's running and shit. And then when Forrest decided, oh, well, I'm done. I'm through running. The people didn't know what the hell to do.
What if we do?
And that's exactly what I feel that happens with us all the time. And I can understand why a lot of them feel that way because from the time we were kids, the movies that they trained us on, we went to see the cowboy and Indian movie. The cavalry was just like the police everywhere. Then at the same time, the Indian always had a chief. They killed the chief. The natives, the rest of them ran off. And Tarzan, the same situation. We got all the Africans. Tarzan came in. He was the king in the jungle. He's yodeling to the elephants and the lions. These people was there all their lives. See? So we put so much emphasis in them and nowhere near enough emphasis in ourselves. You know, when you sit back and think about religion, you know, and I don't want to knock nobody's religion, but I'm going to just speak on what I feel about religion. When you think about religion, and this is another premonition that came to my brain right here in this house. I'm sitting there one Saturday, and it came like a missile to my head. I said, John, did you ever think maybe you praying to the wrong God? He said, look at the picture. And it took me back to Africa, showed me Africa, showed me black people that had their own gods, the rain god, the wind god, the river god, the mountain god, okay? They had their own spirituality. White man came in and said, whoa, look at all them black people over there. We could do something with them. That's a commodity. So how are we going to get them? Well, let's get the Bible. Go there with the Bible, and they start reading scriptures and telling them, say, your God is not a real God. This is the real God. Let me read and tell you what he says. And then they turn the page, and then they show them a picture. That's the real God there. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Well, the guy that's reading the book is blonde hair and blue eyes too. So he's telling them at the same time he's fondling the natives, putting his hand on their breasts, sticking a hand all up under the deal. And he's telling them, God tells me I have to do these things. And he's reading the scripture. And then he had them betray one another and start to sell them to the man. So when we're in the shores of Africa, we don't talk about those that died on the shores of Africa that said, I'm fighting, I ain't going for that. Millions of them died on the shores, never got on that ship. But those that got on the ship, when you were going to Americas, it wasn't like they had a propeller in the back of the boat. It wasn't like they raised them sails up. They had oars down there, and they would have us on our way across, working our way across. But they had somebody up there that was beating the drum every time they rowed. And when they took a break from beating the drum, my man was up there reading the scriptures. Those scriptures followed us all the way to America. All the way to America. Ed, let me call you back. All the way to America, those scriptures followed us. Now we get into these big houses on the plantations and so forth. We have a guy that's in history that we seldom talk about. Let me ask you, who is that guy?
Nat Turner.
Nat Turner. Why is it that we don't talk about Nat Turner? You see, Nat Turner was a brother that was a Christian. You understand? But someone came to Nat Turner's mind and told Nat Turner, say, man, don't go for that Christianity thing that they putting on you, because they telling you it's righteous for what they doing to you. Nat Turner said, I can keep my beliefs, my spiritual beliefs, but I don't have to believe this. There's no way in the world that I could be praying to the same God that the guy that's my perpetrator praying to, my oppressor. He's praying to the same God. And so Nat Turner figured it out. And then when Nat Turner became to the point where he said, I remember in your Bible, you said God went to the marketplace and he upset everything because he didn't like what was going on. So Nat realized that ain't nobody will give you nothing. For freedom, you got to fight for your freedom. So he chose to do that. So they want to bury Nat Turner. You sit back and you say, there's a guy named Frederick Douglass, and everybody know about Frederick Douglass. But you sit back and say, well, why did they bury his partner? You know who his partner was, right? Okay? And his partner was a white man, John Brown. But they buried him the same way they buried Nat Turner, because they don't want white society to even think that a white man will yield down to the laurels of humanity. Okay? So now you say, okay, now they got this religion thing going to the point where, all right, we're free. At least they took the chains off. We were never free. But then when you sit back and we started building the churches, we put a church in. The first thing we put in was a crucifix, a big crucifix of that white God up on the wall. And in 1955, I don't know whether you was here in 1955 or 1960, but if you was to go to a Baptist church and you said, man, God ain't white, what you doing with that white God up there? They would look at you as a black man from a black minister and the black people in that church and tell you, leave this church and don't never come back. You telling me that God ain't white, God is black? Don't you ever come back here. So they were sold on that to the point where if you look at it modern time, they can't believe nothing that Farrakhan says because of the same symbol of that church. I said, man, listen to what the man is saying. I can't listen to that. So then when you sit back and you think about religion and think about how they changed the narrative from modern day, when you see modern day civil rights activity, they'll show you John Lewis getting clocked upside the head on the bridge, the Pettus Bridge. They'll show you a dog attacking a young brother at his gut, and the police got him on the chain. They show you a flock of black people hiding behind the wall while the fireman is putting the fire hose on them. And then they'll show you knock a black woman down and grab her by her hair and dragging her down the street. And as bad as they may sound, they changed the narrative as to how bad it really has been. Now imagine in place of the black woman that they took and drug down the street, imagine them taking a black woman and tying her to a pole and taking a metal rod and sticking it up her vagina until it came out her mouth. That's the truth, what they did, because they had pictures of it. Okay? Imagine in the place of those individuals that was flocked on the corner where they was putting water holes on them. Imagine a family where they take the daughter and they hang the daughter for the mother, the father, and the brother to see it. Then they go and they hang the brother for the mother and father to see it. Then they go and hang the father for him to see them hang his two kids and his wife, knowing that they're going to hang him next. And then you veer off from the picture and you see somebody go up there to start cutting fingers off, or cut a toe off, or cut an ear off, because those individuals that was in the audience, it was like a picnic and a fair for them. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's the real pictures. Then you imagine a brother, instead of them having a dog on him, they're taking another brother, man, and they're castrating him and skinning him alive. Then you sit back and you say to yourself, man, how can a person be this vicious in life to another man that hasn't done anything to him? And then they tell me that I didn't have the right to stand up in Mexico City and make my statement. Martin Luther King didn't have the right to stand up and make the speeches that he made. Malcolm X didn't have the right to say, I have the right to defend myself. And then black people are still running around talking about, I'm afraid to do something. I'm afraid to raise my voice. That's the tragedy right there. That's the tragedy, that we have so much fear in us, for fear that we might die. You know, I had a meeting with Malcolm X, but I had another meeting with Martin Luther King. And this is why both of these individuals are over my head. And the meeting that I had with Malcolm X, like I said, I was with him for the better part of probably 3.5 years. But then the meeting I had with Dr. King wasn't no more than about maybe 2.5 hours. And you know what happened? I said to Martin Luther King after the meeting, and the meeting was a meeting where he was coming in for the first time to say that he wanted to come out and support the Olympic boycott. And after the meeting was over, he asked, was there any questions? And I told him, I said, yeah, Dr. King, I had a couple of questions. I said, the first question is, if you ever played any sports? And he looked at me, smiled, he laughed. He said, I can't shoot pool. And I'm going to tell you, to this day, I'm trying to figure out whether pool is a sport or whether it's athletics, okay? He said, but I can't shoot pool. I said to him, I said, well, Dr. King, why would you come out and support the Olympic boycott? And he said, that's a very good question. He said, John, just imagine you being in a rowboat in a big lake, and you row out to the center of the lake. He said, and then you pull the oars in and you pick a rock up and sit in your lap and just sit there until everything is still and serene. He said, then you throw the rock overboard. He said, what happens? I said, it creates vibrations. He said, yes, it creates waves. He said, that rock that you dropped was the Olympic boycott. He said, everything in that lake, as big as that lake is, knows something's amiss. He said, everything on the shores of that lake knows something's amiss. He said, but the greatest thing, you have the attention of the world and you didn't have to shoot, kill, or maim anyone. I fall right into his nonviolent deal. Okay? That was powerful, man. You mean we can make a statement if we come together and pull off this boycott that we ring around the world and we ain't got to hurt nobody to do it? It hurt more when they didn't want to do it. So then I said, oh, great, good. And he had to actually tell me, he said, John, you said you had another question. I was just so excited about what he told me about the rowboat and the rock. And I said to myself, Dr. King, yes, I do have another question. You stated that they sent you a letter and told you in the letter they had a bullet with your name on it and you wouldn't have to wait long for it. Why would you go back to Memphis? And I remember I used to have black glasses. They used to be black, and it was pretty like these, and it was shades. They didn't dilate. They were just shades at the time. And I remember pulling my glasses down, and I looked into his eyes, and people said, why'd you do that? I said, man, when you ask a man a question like that, you're supposed to be able to see him eyeball to eyeball with nothing in between. And when I asked him, I said, Dr. King, they threatened to kill you. Why would you go back? And I'm saying right then, I'm looking for fear in his eyes. I saw the man solid as a rock. You understand? He wasn't a strong dude like Malcolm when he talked. But he was a strong dude in his conviction. He was strong, man. And he looked at me, he told me, he said, John, he said, I've done many things in the flesh that I'm revered for. You say, that's nothing to what I would be in the spirit if they take my life. They can stop me, but they can never stop what I left for and what I stand for. I'll be bigger in the spirit than I ever been in the flesh. And it's absolutely true what he said. Everything he said that was going to happen came to light. Okay? Yeah, if he'd have come out for the boycott, yeah, it would have probably been a big encouragement for a lot of guys to find enough strength and initiative to boycott. But it didn't happen that way. But the values that I got from Dr. King and the strength that I got from Malcolm X, man, was right there with me in Mexico City to say, hey, man, I want to make a statement. I want to make a statement. You know, it's a terrible thing when you got a girlfriend, you say you love her, but she don't love you back. Okay? They talking about America. We died for America many, many times over. America has never shown any compassion for that. Wow. And talk about compassion, let me just say this. I look at Black Lives Matter, and I see them use my symbol of the fist and the whole 9 yards. And I know they're doing a great job, but I'm disappointed in them. I'm disappointed in them. I'm disappointed in the basketball players in the same sense. That in Mexico City, we had a view, we had values, we had a paradigm. What we wanted to be with the view, the values and paradigm that we had, we wanted humanity to be there because we stood for humanity. But humanity couldn't be there because we didn't have the multimedia that they have today. They had a one-shot picture, and they could put any caption that they want to put on the picture, whether it was a newspaper, whether it was a magazine, whether it was shot on TV. They could dictate. In multimedia, people can see for themselves what's going on. They could digest themselves why or what or where or when. So now in modern day, they have these situations where, like for instance, the basketball players, when the owner of the Clippers came out and made those derogatory statements about Magic, and the Clippers said, well, even Doc Rivers, which I respected at the time, came in and said, well, we're not going to play under these conditions. We're just not going to play. And when he said that, the guys, LeBron's and them over in Cleveland, said, we're going to support them. We're not going to play. The Golden State Warriors came and said, we're not going to play. The Milwaukee Bucks came in. They said, we're not going to play. So when all of these teams came to play, it was like they said something I said 53 years ago. Yes, we appreciate you, Mr. White Man, as being the cow that gives the milk. But it appears that you don't appreciate us as being the grass that you have to eat in order to give the milk. And we're telling you today about us coming together and saying we don't like this. We're saying that if there's no grass, there's no cow. So right away, instantaneously, the league got together. Mr. Silver came in and he went right away and told the owner, you got to go. And not only did he tell the owner you got to go, the owner said, well, wait a minute, why am I leaving? We're leaving them based on the things that you said. The owner said, man, I didn't say anything any more than any of us be saying. We all be saying this. They said, yeah, but the difference is you said it behind, we said it behind on the private side of the door. You said it on the public side of the door. You got to go. I'm not leaving. The team was worth $400 million. They bought the team from for $2.5 billion or $2.3 billion. I might be wrong, but look that up.
Yeah, somewhere in there. You're right.
Okay. Now imagine 400 million to 2.3 billion. Why did they get him to go? Because the athletes had the power to make the people come and sit down to the table and say, let's make some serious changes here. Okay. But once they got that, then they all scattered again. And everybody doing the little pocket deal. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And instead of them coming together as one to say, hey, man, let's do something concrete. If nothing else, let's take our kids and run our kids back through school and make them understand the importance of school. We have so many of our black kids that's geniuses, but they turned off about school because we don't encourage them to go to school to get that knowledge. And what's the point if we got black people that are making money today and we ain't got no black people to make it grow? So we got to do something in that sense. And then when it come back to Black Lives Matter, they had the same power. They had humanity that stepped out and said, we are with you. We are with you. It was black people that started that. Then white people infiltrated it. And all of a sudden now, the Black Lives Matter got millions of dollars, which I'm happy they got millions of dollars. But where I feel that they missed the boat is that they never had a round table discussion. If you're going to represent black people, let's represent black people in the proper manner. We beyond the space age now. We are walking on Mars right now. And we sitting back and we saying, hey, man, why didn't we have a roundtable discussion? What is a roundtable discussion? Roundtable discussion is to say, let's go get the perpetrators of racism. I say, but within the perpetrators of racism, there's agencies. There's the federal government. There's the banking industry. There's the Fortune 500. There's the legal counsel, lawyers. There's the judicial council. All of these individuals have to sit down. Education, the housing industry, all of them have to sit down at that round table. And on our side of the table is for someone to look at them and say, listen, we understand that you guys never created racism, bias, or prejudice. But also we understand that you perpetuated it. You kept throwing logs on the fire. You knew it was bad. You knew what was going on, but you kept throwing logs for all these years. Why are we having this roundtable discussion? First of all, if a kid goes out and shoots somebody, or if I go out and shoot somebody and they come and grab me, what's the first two things they want from me? They want to hear that I killed that kid. And then at the same time, they want to hear my, my emotion, my repentance about killing the kid. And then they wonder why I killed him. Well, for them people on that side of the table, I need them to tell me, man, why did you perpetuate this for so long? Why you never got up to try and do anything? Show me your remorse. See, once I see remorse, then I can work from there. But right now, for you just to say, man, yeah, okay, we sorry, it's a fad. It's a fad. Now, sit back and say, if we got to the point where we can tell them, say, y'all been wrong for so long, now what are we going to do from here on ground zero to correct this? People look at me and say, man, that's a big bite. That's a big bite to take. It's a big bite to take, man. But after 553 years, it's a bite that's necessary to take. If not, we like that dog chasing our tail. I'm concerned about our kids not having an equal shot in school. It wasn't that long ago that we still dealing with redline. It wasn't that long ago we couldn't go to the bank and get a loan for a small business. Wasn't that long ago you couldn't be the CEO of a major corporation. And people tell, well, John, we got black billionaires now. We got Oprah Winfrey, we got Bob Johnson, and we got Jay-Z and Kanye. They billionaires. I said, all right, how many people you just named? 1, 2, 3, 4. I said, well, go pick 4 grains of sand off the beach and find out how many billionaires there really are. 4 grains of sand off the beach ain't shit relative to the number of money or the much money or how many white folks are billionaires out there relative to us. And then when we get billionaires on our side of town, most of them are confused about who they are and what they should be doing for their people. If we supposed to raise our kids to have them idea that your superheroes is the one that got all the money that ain't giving you shit? Or we should be charioting those that say, I've made this money. Let me sit you down and tell you what you need to do to make yours. But yet still they want to point at a guy like me, or point at a guy like Malcolm, or point at a guy like Farrakhan, or point even at a guy like Dr. King. And every last one of them that I mentioned, what they say about us, what we call? We call troublemakers. You're a troublemaker. Every last one of the individuals that got out there and did something to try and make this just a cohesive society. You're a troublemaker. You rocked the boat. They did a documentary on me 3 months, 5 months ago, 6 months ago. First thing they said, troublemaker, you rocking the boat, John. Well, who the hell is going to sit up and take this shit over and over and over again? And we can't go putting John Carlos out there. We can't go putting Malcolm X out there. We can't put Martin Luther King out there. We got to put us out there. It can't be no one individual no more. They can't kill a chief no more, and then we shut down for another 400 years and wait until we get another leader. We all are leaders, but we got to take a time and sit down, man, and push our egos into the ground. Forget about me being a black conservative. Forget about me being a gangbanger. Forget about me being illiterate. You understand? Forget about me being gay. Forget about me being Catholic. You understand? I don't give a shit. You black. I don't give a shit about what you are. But when you look at you a black person, and we should all be able to come down with all those factions and sit down and say, hey, man, the problem that we have before us is greater than our own personal needs right now. Let's solve this equation that we have before us. We go through this over and over and over again. And how much have we progressed? Think about it. How much have we progressed? Yeah, they throw little trinkets out there and shit, let you have a little of this, a little of that and shit. Make you feel good about yourself. For years, they thought you thinking that you was God. You got the shit going on because you was looking at the Huxtables. Oh, shit, we come up, Lord, from the Jeffersons to the Huxtables. We got it going on. We have shit going on. You see? And then they taught you through the Huxtables, stay in your area. Don't go in the hood, because I ain't never seen them go in the hood. I seen the hood come up in their house. You understand? We got to look at the sublime things that they putting on us, man. They putting so much sublime shit on us. It's almost like when you went to the movies at the Roosevelt Theater and the shit came up in your mouth, popcorn, and you thought you wanted some popcorn, but they just put suggested mold up there for you to think you want popcorn. Until we wake up, brother. You know, I ain't got much time left on this planet. Okay? And I think about young kids, man. Young kids out there. I would hate for hell for them to wait 75 years for them to realize that we ain't crawled. A snail went farther than we did. We can't afford to keep doing this shit, man. You know, I have a conviction, man. I love people, but I love my people. And some people would look at me like, man, it's wrong for you to love your people more than someone. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, we see our kids dying in the street. We see them go through the court system, and the court system say, yeah, well, you know, it was legal for him to do what he did based on what the kid did. We don't even realize that they are right in saying that based on the fact that we don't teach our kids how to deal with their ass. They got the gun. They got the nightstick. They got the badge. They got the power. And then we going to go do some stupid shit. And when I say stupid shit, I'm not saying stupid shit in the sense that, you know, they are youngsters when they do the shit. But I'm saying stupid shit in the sense that they did some shit that legally, based on their court system, they're going to walk. Based on their court system, legally, they're going to defend us against one another, just like what's getting ready to happen right here in Georgia, where the new DA is a black woman and the mayor of the city is a black woman, and they're going to have a feud right now about whether those cops was right by pulling them young black kids out their car during the riots. So if we don't get together and sit down, man, and try and work this shit out amongst us, we're going to have a rough time down the line. And your last president left here, what was his platform when he came in? Oh, we're going to make America great again. When do you think America was great again for them? Understand? Yeah. When America was great in their eyes, man, we were in chains. They got modern now. We don't have to put your ass in chains anymore. We can put your ass in chains from your mind. We could suppress you. Understand? So, you know, like, when are we going to step up? All the fighters that we had, the civil rights activists that was out there, the only one left right now on the righteous side is Andrew Young. Bill Russell. Understand? All the rest of them is gone. Okay? And you sit back and say, well, how many young guys we got up there now? How many young women we got up there now? So when we die out, then where y'all gonna be? You think they're gonna blend y'all into the society? It's time for us to wake up. It's time for us to push the button for our kids and make our kids understand the value of education. And I always tell kids, I say, look, man, let me just tell you something. It's two foods in this life. There's a food for your body, and if you don't eat the food for your body, I ask him, I say, what happened? He said, oh, Mr. Carter, if you don't eat food, you're going to die. Absolutely right. Well, there's another food called food for knowledge. If you don't take the food for knowledge, man, you're going to wish you were dead. Why are you going to wish you were dead? Because life is going to be such a piss poor life for you. Even if you out in the street, man, every day you in the street hustling, you're looking over your shoulder because you got the man after your ass, and then you got your competition after your ass. You don't want to live like that all your life. I've been out there in the streets. I know the hustlers out there in the streets, those that was coming up in New York. Nicky Bonds, I knew all of them guys. But the greatest thing in the world, man, is that they still had good hearts because they did a lot of good things, but they just never knew how to come out of that shit. But they didn't do no more or no less than the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, the Kennedys. They all did some shit that was underground to get their wealth where they were, and then they turned over to be righteous Americans. But we have the sense that we get out there, we think when we get out there and do some shit, we got a 24-hour, 7-day year, 24/7, 365. That's our job. You know, I started this shit when I was 13. I'm gonna do it until I'm 113. That's not the way the game go. Your mother and father, their mother and father, they had to do some shaky shit on the side just to make ends meet. But once they got on their feet, they didn't do that shit no more. They didn't have to do it no more. It was a matter of survival. We haven't woke up and realized that the drugs that we selling, 95% of the drugs that we selling to ourselves. 95% of it is coming back into Southside Chicago or in Harlem or in LA, South Central. You understand? How are we going to get out of this shit, man, if we don't educate our kids and make them understand what the game is? Because this shit is a game that we in. It ain't like basketball, but it is basketball. It ain't like football, but it is football. It's a game. And the only difference is this. Basketball is called basketball, and this game is called the game of life. Same shit. When you play a basketball game, what are you playing for? You're playing to win. Well, in the game of life, you should be playing to win too. Understand? But how are you going to win the game in basketball if you don't even know the damn game? Well, see, at least the guys in basketball, they know the game. Over here in our side, in terms of the game of life, a lot of us don't even know it's a game. And then those that know the game don't even know the damn rules of the game. So if you don't know those two factors about the game of life, how are you going to be a winner? I sit back and I think about Charles Drew a lot. He was a man that, was fair skinned. He could have blended in. Him and Adam Clayton Powell, they could have blended in. See, I'm one of y'all. But they chose to say, nah, man, I'm a black man. And Charles Drew said, let me make some shit, man. I see people dying, they can't get blood. I'm going to make some shit up. He made something called blood plasma. And just because of the fact that he acknowledged that he was a black man and he had his picture all out saying he's a black man, when he was getting to the point where he needed his own invention, this blood plasma, and he went to a white area hospital because it was the closest hospital. They put the sign up, told him, not here. Take him across town to the black hospital. By the time he got to the black hospital, he died because he didn't have no more blood. Because those white folks wouldn't give him what he invented to save all people. Hey, just think about it. Think about Adam Clayton Powell when he was in his church at Abyssinia Baptist Church in New York. Adam Clayton Powell when I went to his church as a kid and brought my family to the church, I asked my father, say, man, who is my Adam Clayton Powell? And he told me, and I said the same thing I said about Malcolm. That ain't Adam Clayton Powell. Because I saw his father preach the sermon. And when he said, I'm not feeling well today, my son's going to preach the sermon. Well, Daddy, who's his son? And when he I said, man, that's not his son, Daddy. No, it is his son. I said to him, that's not his son. He said, no, it's his son. And he said to me, he said, well, son, all people are not passing. And I looked at him, I said, what do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean not passing? Passing what? He said to me, he said, as fair-skinned as he is, they have other black people that's as fair-skinned as him. And what they have a tendency to do, so they don't have to be downtrodden and they don't have to be a second-class citizen, they blend in with the white folks. They trick the white folks. They don't let the white folks know that they're black. And they almost be consumed by whiteness. You say, Adam Clayton Powell chose to let the world know who he was and who he stood for. If you go back and you read the history of Adam Clayton Powell, you realize that he had a lot of trauma in his life too, merely because he chose to be a black man. But when you sit back and you say, well, how many people did they have around Adam Clayton Powell where they can get him the way they got him? How many people was around Paul Robeson when they stopped him? You understand? So until we come together as one, that's why I said it was necessary in that victory stand for two people to be there opposed to one person. It's got to be to the point where we got to start linking. We got to be that tidal wave in terms of saying, hey, man, we will not settle for yesterday's news. You know, hey, I'm not a violent guy. I mean, I'll fight to protect me and mine if I have to. I'm hoping like hell I never have to, but I'm a damn sure speak on the issues that I feel confront me and my kids peers, my peers, and those that was before me that's gone. Someone had to fight, man, just to give them salvation for the trauma and the hurt that they've gone through in their life and time. We think those individuals that came over here, our ancestors that was thrown over the ships and shit, the sharks and shit on the way here on the voyage, you think we supposed to just forget them because they got some new music out and shit? No, and you know, I sit back and talk about. I remember when I got busted with some weed and shit. I was smoking some weed and shit. They talking about weed. I had to sit my mother down. The day I was supposed to go see Malcolm X, not Malcolm X, but Martin Luther King, I had to sit my mother down. I had a pack of cigarettes in my pocket and open up, man, 3 joints in the back. And my mother looked. She said, "What is this with you?" I didn't know you saw that. I said, "Mom, calm down, calm down." I said, "Look here. Go get your bottle," because my mother would drink Old Crow. She never drank nothing during the week, but on the weekend, she'd have a pint of Old Crow. I said, "Go get your Old Crow, mama. Come on back." I said, "I'm going to go get an ashtray." We sat down. I said, "Pour you a drink." And I lit up the joint and I started smoking. She drinking. I said, "Let's have this conversation." I said, "Mom, did it ever dawn on you that it was 2 gods? It was 2 laws. There's man's law here on earth and there's God's law." I said, "Now, man charged you for that Old Crow. Did it grow on a tree? No. Someone took that and manufactured that to sell you." I said, "What I have here, God put on the ground and made it a natural herb for the indigenous people, for the gatherers and the hunters, for to take the stress off you." I said, "Why is it that God's thing is illegal, but man's thing is legal?" At one time, God's law gift to this world wasn't illegal. I said, but he pushed that up under the bus and put this out there to make you pay for it and make you sick and insane drinking that stuff. I said, "Come on, Mom, you got to realize it's a game being played. And you can't just, go because they tell you to go that way." I said, "Mama, did you ever remember when we was kids?" I said, they used to have the horse and buggy. This is another thing before your time. The Iceman used to come up around your block with a buggy in the back and have big blocks of ice because we didn't have a fridge. We had ice box, and he would run it upstairs. But I said to my mother, I said, "Mom, you remember the horse?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "You notice anything about the horse?" This is something Andrew, my brother, God bless him, he's gone now. But my brother was always fascinated. Why was I liking the horse so much? We used to go snatch some oranges and apples off the cart. And he said, "Man, why you tripping, man? Why you tripping about that horse?" I asked my mother, I said, "You remember when Andrew stripped?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You know what that was about?" I said, "Because I asked Andrew, I said, did you see what they did to the horse?" And he used to tell me, "No." I said, "Man, Look at what they did to the horse. Check the horse out. You see what's wrong with the horse? I said, man, look at that shit they got on his eyes. I got shit on his eyes. So the horse can't make no decisions. All he knows is to go straight ahead. Why does he go straight ahead every time? Because they won't allow him to see what's on the left. They won't allow him to see what's on the right. All he knows is to go straight ahead. I said, the way they have blinded us, all they want is to go into the shit that they want to show us. They don't want us to have the knowledge to look around. They don't want to have us the knowledge to leave our communities and broaden our minds. How many black kids you think in New York right now actually got a chance to leave the city? To this day. How many black kids in Chicago, Southside Chicago, got a chance to leave Southside Chicago? To this day. And like I said to you earlier, we getting ready to walk on Mars.
A whole city.
And we ain't left the damn block yet. So how's our kids going to expand our minds and say, well, man, if they got so-and-so going on over here, well, what the hell's happening in my neighborhood? So, I don't know, man. You throw some questions out because I'm done.
I'm very fascinated. I don't know if you can see the painting behind me, but it's a Malcolm painting. I'm very interested in those 3.5 years from 62 to 65, 61 to 65, the conversations, the interactions, and.
Well, Malcolm told me a lot, man. Malcolm told me, he said, first of all, you got to study. He said, and when you think about study, you think about study of some matter, some object. But when he said study, he told me the ground floor study of self. You got to find out who you are. You got to find out what you want in life. You got to find out if other people want the same things in life. You got to find out whether you in the right direction or the wrong direction. He taught me all of these things, man. He taught me about discipline. About you could be forceful, but at the same time, you could have the discipline with your force. Know when to turn up the volume, when to turn it down. Hey, for instance, I'll tell you a perfect example what he taught me. We was at the Olympic trials. And the first year I went to Olympic trials after a 20-year absence. I went up to the trials and I get there and they give us VIP seats. We get in the stadium, man. We're in the air conditioning room, the big panel windows. We could look out and see all the young athletes do it. Dave Bev, Caviar, whatever. 4 years later, we go back and I see all the girls from Tennessee State, all the great Tennessee State girls. Their banners all over the city advertising the Olympic trials. Oh, it was a great thing. So now we get there and we're looking to get our tickets to get in. They gave us some general admission tickets. I looked at that, I said, what's this? Well, it's your ticket to get in. So we take the tickets and we go to the VIP gate. Dude see us coming, the cop, he steps out about 20 yards. Where y'all going? You mean where we going? We going to the VIP gate. Now they got all the white folks and their wife and the kids and everybody going in. We had no problem with them going in. But these individuals that they holding up, man, was the foundation of the sport. They're the legends of the sport. So I said, well, we need to take it. He said, oh, no, you don't get in here with that. Go to the next gate. So we go down to the next gate, and the guy says, oh, no, sir, you don't get in here with these tickets. You see them people standing in line over there? That's where you go. And people start going, I said, whoa, wait a minute. Peggy Flemings never went to the back gate, to the general admission gate. Peggy Flemings was one of the best skaters, ice skaters in America at the time. I said, Joe Namath never went to the general admission gate to get into the Super Bowl. And I'll be damned if John Collins going to go to the general admission gate to get into the Olympic trials. So come on, so we going back to the VIP gate. So I go there and I tell the guy, I said, listen, man, I said, do you have a walkie-talkie? He said, yeah. I said, man, call your supervisors. Call your supervisors for what? I said, because they don't pay you enough money for the hell you're getting ready to get. So when I got done with him, They let me come in. Okay. Now, the reason why they let me come in, because there was a white woman on the elevator, and she said to me, she said, "Are you John Carlos?" And I said to her, "No, ma'am." "So you sure you're not John?" I said, "No, ma'am." I said, "Who the hell is this John Carlos?" Everybody keep asking me my John Carlos. Well, she was affiliated with the Olympic people. I didn't know. So when I get there at the gate this time, and I got all these athletes there too. She stand up against the gate with her back against the gate. And when I went in and she saw me talking to the police, she said, "I thought you was John Carlos. Why did you do that?" And she said, "Is there a problem?" And I explained to her. She said, "Well, hold on." So she told me, she said, "Well, look, y'all go across the street to the dining area and eat. When you go into the dining area, I'll have everything ready." We go to the dining area, and I don't know whether you remember the old Madman Munch TV, with big screen television, where if you were sitting to the left of it, you couldn't see. If you sitting to the right, that's dead in front of it, right? Uh-huh. We all go over there. We sitting down. They got this Madman Munch TV up, so we sitting at the table and so forth. So we were there maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm saying to the woman, I said, "Miss, what's going on? We've been here all this time." She said, "Well, Mr. Collins, you're watching the track meet on the television here." And I told her, I said, "Miss, I didn't drive up here to watch the Olympic trials on television." "Oh, you're right." So she goes away, she comes back, and she's got these wristbands, these rubber wristbands. So I said to her, "Okay, what's the wristband?" She said, "Well, you have to have the wristband on to get in." So she put the wristband on everybody. So she told me to put your arm out. I said, "No, I can't do that." She said, "What do you mean you can't do that?" I said, "Man, give me the wristband." She said, "Miss Collins, I need to put those here in wrist." I said, "Let me tell you something, miss." I said, "When you put the wristband on me, that takes me back to when you put the wristbands around my neck, around my ankles, around my waist, around my wrist with chains." I said, "You'll never be able to put a wristband on me." I said, "Why do you have to have the wristband on my wrist? Why can't I have it in my pocket and show it to him?" And my wife put her hand on my leg, like, "Be cool." And I'm telling her, and the woman looked at my wife and said, "No, Miss Collins, your husband gave me more about education, about race relations than anybody I ever met in my life. Just by that one statement." She smiled. She said, "You're absolutely right." So now we all get in. The next day, because I told the young cop, I said, "Yeah, man." Well, when I went with it, I said to him, I said, "Let me ask you a question." I said, "This wristband that we have," I said, "where does it take me?" He said, "Well, as far as I know, take you from this side of the threshold over to the other side. And then once you get inside, you got to go back to that general admission seat." So I told him, I said, "Well, you might as well keep this shit." So we leave, and the next game, here's the hurting shit. We got Stan Wright. Stan Wright was the assistant coach in 1968. Okay? So if I'm 75, Stan at that time had to be 90. Okay? Then we had Herb Douglas, which is the oldest Black Olympian alive right now. Okay? Oldest Black, let me say oldest Black. Yeah, he's the oldest Black Olympian alive at 99 years old. Then we had, aside from him, we had Dr. Leroy Walker from North Carolina Central. Okay? All the girls from Tennessee State was there. We had the high jumpers there. But here, coming out the gate before all the rest of them came, coming out the gate, because they wouldn't let him in, was Rayford Johnson. You familiar with Rayford Johnson? Rayford and his son. So he coming out because they wouldn't let him in. And I'm saying, "Rayford, come on back, come on back." He said, "Nah, John, I don't want to create no problems. Man, come on back." So I go to the cop, and I said, I said, "Man, what's going on? Why y'all can't get in here?" "What do you mean we can't get in here?" So in the meantime, you ever heard of hold on, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember his name now. Oh, Peter Ueberroth. You ever heard that name?
No, go ahead.
Peter Ueberroth used to be the baseball commissioner. Before he was the baseball commissioner, he was the head of the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles. He was the head man. Then they had another young Jewish fella come out of New York named Greg Masback. He became the head of the AAU. So as we got all the athletes out in front of the VIP gate trying to get in, they see us and they trying to tip around us to get in. But I took them out the vision of my eye. So I runs over and I grabs man's back by his arm. I squeeze him and stop the blood in his arm. And he says, "Is there a problem?" I said, "It's getting ready to be a problem." I said, "Man, you see all these athletes out there trying to get in, y'all gonna just walk around like it ain't shit and leave them out there?" Well, then Peter steps in. I used to work with Peter. So Peter steps in. So John, listen, man, we got to be on the center field. We got to do some stuff out there. But I guarantee you I'll come back. I'm still waiting for him to come back. I might say today. So they went on. So now when the cop looks, the young
what
cop.
What year is this? What year is this?
Damn, man. I want to say 2000. Wow. Yeah, 2000.
Wow.
In 2000. We had 2000 was the first time that we went, and then the second time we went back was 2004. Okay? So now the young cop, when he see me, "Oh, Mr. Carlos, I didn't realize it was you. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Who's you in your party? I saw these people here." So I called Rafer back. "Rafer, come on back, come on back." So he turns around and hear me come back, and then Rafer says to me, he said, "John, I want to thank you." And when he said he wanted to thank me, it's almost like a kick in my gut. Because I said to him, I said, "Rafer," I said, "Man, let me just say this to you. I'm the one supposed to be telling you thank you. You're the one that's supposed to be doing what I'm doing. You understand? You're the senior in this. Your face is all over the world for lighting the Olympic torch. And you're going to let them disrespect you like that, man. And not only did they disrespect you like that, man, they disrespect you with your son right next to you. If you take that attitude, man, what kind of attitude you think your son going to grow with?" So these are the type of things, man, that Malcolm taught me at that time in terms of saying, man, know when to turn up the volume. And he had let me know that you're going to be the one that everybody will count on. And then when you open up the gate for them, they gonna run over you getting through the gate. He told me that being an activist is a very lonely job. I asked him, I said, "Malcolm, will it ever change?" He said, "Yeah, if our people ever wake up." Because if you sit back and you think about any activist that's out there, they're lonely. I mean, the true activists, the ones that say, "Man, I ain't out here for the money, I'm out here for the principle." You understand? They're some lonely individuals. Harriet Tubman, she was a lonely individual too. And people have respect for them, but they have fear for them. Fear that any reprisals that these individuals have, that reprisal will come towards them. But yet and still, when you open the gate, like I said, they want to run over your ass.
Right.
Okay? Malcolm taught me the value of family. I think that was one of the things that was in his crawl, man, when he was learning about how you could be in the Muslim set and how you give values in terms of how you're supposed to respect your woman in the Muslim set. I think he saw some things that he wasn't too happy with. And it was eating him up to the point where I think eventually he started making some moans about it. You know, there was so many things that we talked about, man. And we talked about even like war. If there was ever a war come, it wouldn't be no war. Because we ain't ready for no kind of war. It's like I see those black militia on TV the other day. And I'm saying this is the first time that I've seen any black people stand up and say, "Hey, man, we ain't looking for no trouble, but we ain't going to let y'all run over us again like you did in the past." Hey, think about it. When have you ever seen black people stand up for black people? Hey. All of these things, man, he told me that he, respected me for the fact that I was so young and I was just geared towards doing what I could do to help my people, man. And he showed respect. My father told me something in the course one day. I had burned up some trees in my project. And I went to the management and I told the manager, I said, listen, man, it's a problem. My mother, let me tell you, start from the beginning. My mother had, like I said, she used to work in Bellevue Hospital as a nurse. And we would play stickball in the pits in Harlem River houses. She had the pits and we'd be playing stickball in the pits. And my mother would come in on Saturday morning after work. And all the mothers would be sitting on the bench. And she would come in and she'd nod to me and my brothers. And then she would walk on by us, hello, ladies, and she'd keep moving. She would never stop and sit down with them. This particular Saturday, she came in, man, and she was walking. She gave us a nod. She spoke to the ladies, and she just went right on upstairs. And I dropped the stick. I ran upstairs behind her, and I said to my mother, I said, Ma, I said, let me ask you a question. And she looked at me. I said, Ma, you stuck up? And my mother looked at me. She said, what did you say? Like a fool, I said, are you stuck up? When I looked back at my mother had tears in her eyes. And she said to me, she said, no, I'm not carrying myself to think that I was better than anybody. Why would you ask me a question like that? And I said to her, I said, Mom, every Saturday you come in, you speak to the ladies, but you never sit down and have a conversation with them. You never sit down with them. Why? And my mother looked at me, tears rolling down her eyes. She said to me, she said, I've never carried myself to think that I was better than anybody. And I've never raised my kids to think that. Why would you say that? I said, but Mom, you never sit down and talk to the mothers. I said, I know they sitting back thinking that you think you better than them. And my mother said, Johnny, let me tell you. She said, I work in the Bellevue Hospital in the operating room. And saying, I can't do my job if I got a rash or bumps on me. You know, when the caterpillars hit you, I don't know whether you was infested where you were, but in the project, they didn't spray them trees for years. And the caterpillars used to fall out the trees and they fall in. If you reach back to try and get it off, 9 times out of 10 it'll bust. And by the time you got your hand down to your waist again, you got a rash on you. So I said, my mother's right. I went down to the project, to the management that next day. And I went in and I told the dude, I said, man, we got a problem. And he said, what do you mean we have a problem? I said, we have a problem. He said, what's the problem? I said, the caterpillars. Get out of my office. Get out of my office. I said, man, I have a right to be here. I live here. And the first time I actually realized that they had a panic button under the desk. And he pushed the button, man, and 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't know what it was. The police was there from the project and the guard was there. And they knew me. And he said to him, he said, get him out of my office. And they started walking me out. And I broke back and I told him something that my father used to tell me. You got 48 hours. Like if I did something wrong, my old man would give me 48 hours to have the right answers when he's talking to me again. So I told the guy, I said, man, you got 48 hours. And he said to me, he said, you threatening me? And the cop Bill said, you threatening him, Johnny? You threatening him? I said, no, I'm not threatening him. I said, it's a money back guarantee. If you don't take care of the problem in 48 hours, I will. So I left. 48 hours came, 48 hours left. I went down to a Partner Myers gas station right there on 151st Street and 7th Avenue, right across from the park. And I went there, Mr. Gardner. I said, Mr. Gardner, my father sent me here to get some gas. He said, where's the gas can? I said, I don't have one. He said, well, go on back there and get you one. Well, I got the biggest one I can get. I'll fill it up with gas. I told my father, pay you later. I went up back to the project. I told the women, I said, y'all go upstairs, ladies, or go down the other end of the project. You know, and that time, man, I used to do so much shit until they used to call me Crazy Johnny. Oh, Crazy Johnny, get ready to do something. What are you getting ready to do now? So, man, you know, we used to have a lot of stick matches at the time. I remember I had stick matches in my back pocket, and I took the gasoline, man, and threw it on the tree with my stupid ass. And I lit the match on my zipper and threw it on there. But I'm thinking the gasoline, the fire could roll the tree like it do with kerosene. I threw that match and that shit blew up, burned my little mustache. So I jumped over to the next tree and I threw the gasoline before I can get back to my pocket and get the match to find and jump from that tree to this one. Now, you've been in the Harlem River houses?
Say it again.
You ever been in the Harlem River houses?
What street is that on?
153rd, between 7th and Edgecombe.
I know where that's at though. Yeah, I know where that's at.
Well, anyway, inside the project where these two trees were, in between the four, it's actually four
exactly
trees.
What you're talking about now. I know exactly.
They got the tunnels there, and they got these two statues. So now I done walked past, and I'm going over to the third tree. I done threw the gas in the third tree. Well, here come the police running at me, and God, they were running like crazy. But when I lit the third tree up, they didn't know whether they should, put the fires out or dive on me. But by the time I go to hit the fourth tree, they dove on me and drug me. You crazy? You lost your mind. So they dragged me down, man. They took me to jail. I go to jail, and I remember my mother telling my father the morning we were supposed to go to the court. I'm not going to that court. I don't know why the boy did what he did. Embarrassed me. So I lost my mother about 3 years ago. And I told my mother on the way out, I said, Mom, you remember I burned them trees? She said, yeah, I don't know to this day. I said, Mom, I burned them trees because when I asked you about you being stuck up and you told me you couldn't do it because of the caterpillars. I said, Mom, they hadn't sprayed them trees since I was a little boy playing in that wading pool. And they sprayed hybrid trees every summer. So anyway, when I got to the judge looks at my father, he looks at me. He said, Mr. Collins, does your son have any mental deficiencies? So my father said, none that I know of, sir. So the judge looks at my father. He said, well, why did he do what he did? My father said, Your Honor, that's a great question. I'd like to know myself. He is. So the judge looked at me and said, young man, he said, wasn't you concerned about the people in the neighborhood when you did that? I said, yes. I asked him to move down to the other end of the project or go upstairs. You don't want to be around this area. He said, well, why'd you do what you did? And I explained to him about the situation with my mother. And then I said to him, when I went to management, they told me to get out his office. Like I didn't have a right to be there. And I told him I live in the project. I have a right to be there. And I have a right to ask him about these caterpillars. And I said to him, Your Honor, they haven't sprayed them trees since I was a little boy. When I first moved into the project, we used to play in the little wading pool. I said, every year we go up to Highbridge Pool every summer and they spray them trees up there in Highbridge where white people live all the time, every summer. So the judge looked at my father. He said to my father, well, Mr. Collins, did you ever notice when they spray the trees, there's caterpillars all over the ground? So my father said, well, sir, I'm a shoemaker. He said, and I open my shop at 7 o'clock in the morning and I close at 8 o'clock at night. He said to me, he said to my father, he said, oh, Mr. Collins, when you come in, do you see any dead caterpillars on the ground? My father said, I haven't been looking for them, but I really tell you all the nights that I come in, I really never noticed any caterpillars that I'm stepping on. And I'm telling them, they ain't never sprayed the trees. My old man tell me, be quiet. So anyway, the judge says, manager the project here, get the manager up there, they swear the manager in, and the judge says to the manager, he said, well, listen, he says, how long have you been the manager? He told him how long he was the manager. He's starting to fade out a little bit.
Okay, hold on,
Yeah.
because my internet. Hold on, let me plug it in.
Okay.
Minor technical difficulty.
Yeah, that's
Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem.
Is that better now?
Yeah, that's better. It's all the way, but it's a lot better.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, we gonna work it out.
So then he says, the manager project here, the manager comes up, he swears me. He said, how long you been the manager? He said, I've been the manager here 15 years. He said to him, he said, well, listen, let me ask you a question. Do you guys spray, as Mr. Collins' son said that you don't spray? Do you guys spray? Yes, sir, we spray every year. So he said to him, he said, well, every year? He said, well, do you have your records here? And the dude told me, he said, no, Your Honor, I don't have the records. He said, the judge said, well, it's a good time to take a break. Everybody go to lunch. He told the man, he said, when you come back, bring your records back. So me and my old man go to lunch. My father said, well, son, when you bring his records back, don't look like you can be going to juvenile hall over there, right? I looked at myself, okay, Daddy. We get back to the court. The homeboy come up, judge said, you have your records? He got one of them thin folders, one piece of paper, and he pulls it out. And the judge said, that's your records? And he said to me, he said, well, Your Honor, my secretary is sick, and I don't know where she keeps the files and so forth. This is all I can find. And then I realized how smart the judge was. Because then the judge went, when we went to lunch, the judge went and called the New York Housing Authority and told them to send somebody down with all the records. So when the guy said, I don't have my records, the secretary is sick, the judge says, is anyone from the court, the housing authority here? And a young Jewish fella, he looked like he was a Jewish fella, he puts his hand up, and the judge says, step up here, please. He stepped up, they swore in, and he had a brown, like a fold. It's almost like, looked like an accordion, with the string tied around it. And he said to him, he said, well, let me ask you some questions. He asked the guy, he said to him, he says, do you guys send out a stipend? And the guy looked at me and said, yes, sir. We send out a stipend every year. And he said the stipend is to kill rats and mice and roaches and crickets and anything, grasshoppers, whatever. That's what the stipend is for. He said, you send it out every year? And the judge said to him, he said, well, how do you monitor that? And the guy said to him, he said, well, Your Honor, we don't have enough manpower to go around to all the projects where they spray. So what we do, we give it to them like the honor system. You get the money and you sign off that you did the job. He said, well, pull your records out and see how often the homeboy signed. He pulled it out. Oh, well, my records only go back the next 12 years. The guy was working there 15 years. He said, well, how often did he sign off? He said he signed every year for 12 years. Before I could open my mouth and say something, some of the people from the project was in the court and they start speaking out. No, that's not true. That's not true. The judge ordered the court. So come to find out that homeboy had been snatching the money and putting it in his pocket instead of buying the product that he needed to do his job. And he sit back and say, now, everybody in the court that used to call Crazy Johnny, now I ain't too crazy no more. Because I took the initiative to go down there and deal with that situation. I've always been like a hands-on guy. But the point that I was trying to make, man, and this is why I am the way I am dealing with white folks. When I was leaving the courtroom, man, my father looked at me and he said to me, he said, John, he said, I could never express to you how proud I was of you in there. And your dad tell you that you feel good. Hey, yes. And then we walked down the hall, and at the end of the hall, it's a turnstile, like the revolving door. And I went in the door, man, and I thought my father was gonna come in with me. He stopped the door. He just grabbed the door and he stopped it. And he looks at me and he says to me, he said, Johnny, he said, I'll tell you how proud I was for you. He said, but I can't express to you the respect that I have for you. And when my father said that, man, my knees turned to rubber. I actually had to grab onto the handle and shit because I was about to fucking fall out. And what it was, it blew me away because when my father said respect, I always look at that as something that a youngster should be looking at an adult. I'm telling you, I have respect for you for the things that I've seen you do in life. I would have never expected my father to tell me at 14 years old about him having respect for me for a move that I made. And, I grew with that from that point on in life. It was like, if my father has respect for me, and no one else on the planet Earth going to disrespect me, when I've earned the respect, you're going to give it, whether you want to or not. So that's why I carry myself the way I do. And I think that Malcolm X carried himself the same way. Like I'm not looking to hurt you, but I'm making sure that you don't hurt me. Right. In mine.
Right.
I sit back and I think about me going to Frederick Douglass Junior High School, and I was with my brother before he died, and a guy came over to the house and he was trying to make a documentary on junior high, on Frederick Douglass Junior High School. And he was telling me he talked to a few of my old teachers and came down. They said the two most famous people who ever went to Frederick Douglass was James Baldwin and John Carlos. And when he said that, it blew me away because I'm just Johnny Carlos. I ain't trying to be nobody special. But when you put me with James Baldwin, that kind of like melted me down. And now I have people trying to take me to well, you're Malcolm X or you're Martin Luther King. No, I'm you. You're me. Understand? When you say I am, we all should be where I am if that's the case. And, I'm just trying to do the role, man, that I need to do to give my kids something to hold on to be proud of, and to want to grow up and aspire to be me or better. And I've always raised my kids. I don't want you being behind me. I don't want you to be shoulder to shoulder with me. I want you to be above and beyond me. And I say that because my father was in the First World War. And when he died, he was in the hospital, at the Veterans Hospital in the Bronx. And I'll never forget, I walked in that day, and my father had a bullet hole in his jaw. I remember when I was a little kid, I used to always put my finger in it. I said, Daddy, you gonna tell me how you got that bullet hole? And he would always tell me, I'll tell you later, son, I'll tell you later. And this particular time, he was in the bed and he was getting ready to die. I said, you gonna tell me about that bullet hole? He said, well, son, I guess I might as well tell you now. We at the end of the road. And he was laying down and he's getting up out the bed. And I said, Daddy, what you doing? And when he stood up, and I'm helping him stand up. And when he stood up, he grabbing his gurney. He had one of them peekaboo gurneys on in the hospital. And he's grabbed behind. I'm looking at, what are you doing, Pop? And he says to me, I can't tell you about this bullet hole until I tell you about this bullet hole. When I look, he had a bullet hole in his ass.
Wow.
I said, what's that about? He said to me, I'm trying to tell you, son. He said, when I was in the war, he said, the war was segregated. He said, only time we had any white people that was on the side with the black soldiers, if there was a white captain or lieutenant, or sometimes they would bring a sergeant in. He said, and they would always have us take the hill or do this or do that. He said, and over in Germany, it was real cold, a lot of snow, and he said them big reels of barbed wire, he told me. He said, and the captain told me they got to take some bridge or something. I don't recall what it was. But my father told the captain, he said, why is it that you always telling us we need to take something and we dying and we getting injured and maimed and so forth, and your ass is standing back here giving orders, you never go with us. Well, I guess the captain took offense to him, black soldier confronting him about that, and they started arguing. And my father said, the guys in the platoon told him, said, Earl, come on, let's just go do the job. And he said they was crawling through the mud. It was mud and snow. He said he crawling through, man, and bullets shooting over his head and shit. He said all of a sudden, man, it was like somebody took a hot poker and stabbed him in his butt with it. And when he turned over to see, it was the captain that shot him in the butt. I ain't gonna tell you what happened after that. But in any case, when he turned over and saw it was the captain, the enemy shot him in the jaw. Bam. Wow. He said, come to his jaw and land on his tongue. And when he told me that story, man, he told me that real early that day. And it really messed me up from that day, man, until this day in my life.
Wow.
To think that he's fighting for America, and here's a captain in the army, the same army he's with, going to shoot him merely because he questioned him about what he was doing to the black soldiers. And I always thought about, what would happen if my father and the other guys just didn't go to the war? Like I was saying to you earlier about if they didn't go to the Olympics. Would America be as great? Because based on the war and based on the Olympic Games, for so many years, they didn't really truly show no appreciation or remorse for the way they treated us. You know what it's like to go to be on a United States team and you look in your travel bag and they got everything in there for white people and nothing for you.
Wow.
You get a bag and they give you some suntan lotion. You got a big fro, they're giving you a little comb, comb Ricky Nelson's hair. You understand? So there's no concern, or at least they didn't give any concern or any thought that, hey, man, we got a different complexion of people. But it's difficult for them to say we got a different complexion of people because we've been kicking ass in the Olympic Games ever since Jesse Owens. Okay? And so it's not like we was a new breed and they didn't know that we don't use suntan lotion. They didn't know that we don't wear hush puppy shoes, that kind of shit. But it was almost like we don't give a shit about them. Just give them what we have like everybody else and let them go and do what they do. And at the same time, why they didn't give it to us, it took a long time, not until 68 came around where we told them, say, man, what's this shit? Y'all ain't got nothing here to represent us. To make them, and you shouldn't have to force nobody to do nothing.
Right.
But everything that we do in white America is almost like, man, we got to force them to do some shit. And you know, when I was talking to you about religion, let me finish that up. When I was talking about religion, and I said to him, I said, relative to the religion, to show you everything that I said about Christianity, they do it, the negative shit to us, under the auspices of Christianity.
Yeah.
When the KKK came, they burned the cross on your lawn. They didn't burn a K on your lawn. They burned the cross. Symbolize what? Religion. Christianity. January 6th, when they raided the Capitol and they went in there, it's two flags that was very noticeable and they was right near each other. One flag said Jesus on it, and the other flag said the rebel flag. Everything that they have done, they've done it under the auspices of Christianity.
Right.
That's why the white cop could get up and say, oh, the kid just had a bad day. Like his dog just got hit by the car or something. He had a bad day. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah, the kid that was walking up the street in Georgia here and had it, not Georgia, we had the M16 and he killed two people. Same shit. When the white kid kill all them people down south, oh man, well, let's commend you and go get you a hamburger before we take you to jail. Okay? And we sit back and we accept this.
Accept it.
We accept this, man. This is not normal. Do you think if we was the power and we did that to their kids, you think that white folks would just sit back and accept that shit? When are we gonna wake up?
Right.
When are we gonna wake up? And when does it stop? I mean, we got so much focus on George Floyd right now and Breonna Taylor right now until we done forgot about all the rest that's before them. You understand? And by the time the next one come in, we gonna be done forgot about these. Only way this scenario is gonna change, man, is we change it. We can't get them to fix us. We gotta fix ourselves. And the only way we gonna fix ourselves, like I said early in the game, we got to bury our egos. We got to bury our social class that we have. And we have to melt down and become black people and realize that this is an issue that confronts black people. And the only person that can solve our issue is us.
Us.
I didn't say me or you. I said us. We have to do it. And you can't do it and say, well, we're going to put the conservative blacks in, and then we might put some Christians in there, and we might get an educator, but we ain't going to put no Crips in there. We ain't going to let Minister Farrakhan get in there. We ain't going to let this group get in there. We ain't going to let that group get in there. We ain't going to solve shit that way. And they love the fact that we get in each other's face, and then there's friction. It's sad.
I have two questions, but I know DB would ask a question. He ain't asked a question yet. DB.
All right, good brother, man. Listen, I appreciate the time and the story so far.
Yeah, I was looking. I said, shit, we've been working 2 hours already. Well, this hour.
Yeah, I don't. When you're ready to shut it down, just shut it down.
No, let's get through these questions.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, DB.
Yeah, so Jesse Owens came out and condemned your actions at the Olympics, and he said
Yes,
in the field. Did you have any light conversations with? Can you hear me?
Say it again.
I heard the question.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me start by saying this. Jesse Owens is a great athlete, and in my estimation, a better man than he was an athlete. Now, when you sit back, you look at Jesse Owens. Jesse Owens ran in 1936. I ran in 1968. So when you sit back and you think about where Jesse Owens' mind was as an athlete running in white America, think about him in 1936. You know how it was in 1968 relative to race relations? Well, think about that shit back in 1936. Do you think it was the same as it was in 68? Not close. So when you sit back and think about Jesse, when Jesse got home from the games, they had Jesse to run against racehorses in order for him to feed his family. You understand? And let me tell you why they had him run against racehorses. They had Mr. Owens race against racehorses because Mr. Owens refused to come back to America. I mean, not refused to come back to America, but refused to stay in Europe to run the tour in Europe for Avery Brundage. Jesse Owens had just gotten married just before the games, and he won everything, and he was anxious to get back to his wife. But Avery Brundage told him, said, no, forget your wife. We want you to go on this European tour to make us some money. Jesse said, no, I'm going back home. But Brundage told him, if you go home, you'll never run in America again. Jesse did run again, but he ran against racehorses in order to feed his family. So he knew how vicious they could be. Now, they come up to Jesse and they say, Jesse, we're going to put a suit on you. We're going to hook you up. We're going to give you a pocket envelope with some money in it. And we're going to give you a script to read. Well, they gave him a script to read, but I think in Jesse's mind, greater than the script, Jesse knew how vicious these white folks could be. And he didn't want us to make any mistakes that he felt would follow us for the rest of our lives, or we would be running against horses for the rest of our lives to feed our families. So he came in and he started telling us, man, you guys are using false props and you need to be careful and you need to be happy. Cool. I understand that. But while you're saying that, Jesse, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, we had a lot of people since your time. What has the Olympic Committee ever done for you? What has it done for them? You telling us about what we going to get. We ain't got nothing before then. What you think we going to get after then? See, God is a decent God, man, because later on down the line, I had an opportunity. I lived up in Pasadena area, Altadena, California. And I go down at 4:00 in the morning to the Rose Bowl parade. And I get down there, man, and Jesse Owens is in this tent. It's cold. It's misting. I mean, when I say cold, I mean it's cold and misting. And I get in the tent, and Jesse's in there, and he's shaking, got snot running out of his nose. So, hey, Jesse, didn't get you no coffee or no hot soup? A blanket? And he said to me, he said, John, I've been asking them for it, and they tell me they're going to get it, but they ain't got it here yet. So like I said, brother, when it's time to turn up the volume, I don't have no problem. So I turn around and say, hey, what the hell is going on right here? I said, come Mr. Owens don't have a blanket in here, no coffee. What's going on here? So by the time I turned back, Jesse had tears in his eyes. And I said, what's the matter, Jesse? What are you crying for? He's wiping his eyes, and he said to me, he said, John, I never said this. He said, but I was wrong. I was wrong in Mexico. He said, I thought I was doing the right thing. You know, just like he has a slogan, if you walk with me long enough and talk with me long enough, you know, we'll be one. And he felt that if he can get with us, he can save us from how cruel and vicious these people can be. He said, but I realized, man, that you guys was doing the right thing all the time, and I was out of line with what I was doing. He said, but I just shouldn't have did it. And I told him, I suggested, listen, ain't no harm in what you did. I said, because what you did, you thought was the right thing based on your zone and your time in life, about how cold it was to you, and in modern day, they could be even more cold to us. So don't have no shame in your game, man. You did what you thought was the best thing to do. Because the same shit that they did to you in 36 is the same shit they're doing us in 68. Okay. So that's a day that I'll never forget, man. Jesse Owens in my life, man, is a hero and will always be a hero. Okay.
How about, I'm sorry.
Now, you know, see, you got to remember, man, that along the way, there's always manipulation.
Right.
Manipulate us where they feel like we're weak or naive. They'll come in and take advantage of that and set you against your own family. Right. Go on with your question.
DB, you got another question?
Well, yeah, first of all, did I answer the first question?
Yeah. Take your time. We don't mind you take your time. This is the barbershop, man. All we do is talk. Go ahead, DB. Go ahead, D.
Yes, I know there were a few kind of athletes in the previous generation to you, but Muhammad Ali, you know, you guys were about the same age, and prior to the a few years prior to the Olympics, he was refusing to be drafted into the military. Did that play a part in your decision to take your stand?
No.
And also, did you meet Muhammad Ali at all?
No, let me just say, Muhammad Ali he was a good buddy. He's a good buddy. I was with Muhammad Ali when he married his second wife, Khalia. You familiar with Khalia Ali?
Yeah, I spent. We did 15 hours worth of interviews with her.
Yeah. Well, Khalia was my buddy. Okay.
I'm gonna call her.
See, a lot of people don't know a lot of the poetry and the poems that Ali used to quote in the ring. Khalia used to write them up, and make him memorize them. Because you know, like I wasn't the best reader in school, and Ali wasn't the best reader in school either. We picked up our game down the line, but Muhammad Ali, man. We ran across one another and we realized that we was fighting the same individual, and at the same time we realized that we was viewed as being parallel to one another in terms of our thought process, how we were as athletes, and how we convey, and we could articulate pretty well too. So I'd signed a contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. I wasn't no football player, but like I said, man, I couldn't make no money. So the only way I could make some money was to go in and sign the contract. So I signed the contract, and I wanted to buy a house, but I didn't want to buy no house in Philadelphia. So I went across the bridge and I found a little town called Willingboro, New Jersey. I bought a house there. And then Ali had bought a house in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. See, like I'm on the low end of the ladder, he's on the high end. But we was close enough that we could correspond with one another. And I would go to his house and tell him, so look, man, I'm going to give this speech. I want you to come with me. So we created a bond at that particular time where we started going around to the different high schools. And if he was the keynote speaker, he would bring me on as his guest. Or if I was the keynote speaker, I would bring him on as my guest.
Wow. And
I would do something like this, man. I would tell him, I said, listen, guys, you know, I know you guys are excited about me being here, and I'm excited to be here. I said, but you know, I got something in my brain that's bothering me, man. I got this speech in my head, but something happened today, man. Maybe y'all can help me with it. I said, you know, I was coming here in my car, man, and I saw this guy. He was on the side of the road, man, and he was like broke down, man. His car was broke down, and he had nobody to help him. And I said to him, I said, man, I'll give you a lift, man, where you need to go. But first I have to go to the school and get a speech. And after I get a speech, man, I'll take you where you want to go. I said to him, I said, listen, I didn't tell the guy because I was embarrassed. I said, I think I know this guy from somewhere. I can't remember where. I think I know him. I said, but listen, I brought him with me. He's backstage. If I call him out here, man, if anybody know who this guy is, let me know. Come on out here, man. Come on out here. And he would walk on the stage, man, and the whole auditorium would just go crazy. The teachers be freaking out. and so vice versa. So he would do the same thing with me. Say, this guy here that I'm bringing up here, he's faster than lightning. This guy here is the fastest person in the universe. Nobody's ever beat him anywhere on the planet Earth, and we looking for challenges from the universe. My friend, come on out here, John. And I'll walk out there, man, and we hug one another. But we had a close relationship, man. It wasn't a long span because I'm not like a groupie type guy. And, when Ali started coming back, man, there was so many people came out of the woodwork that wanted to be around him and close to him. And I kind of backed away. But, yeah, I got a history with him.
Yeah. How about... what were your thoughts on George Foreman when he waved the flag?
Well, look, man, let me tell you something. George is my buddy.
Oh, wow.
George is my buddy. And let me just say this. I'm from New York. George is from Texas. Okay, down there in Houston area. I don't know whether you ever spent any time in Texas relative to Black people or the mindset of Black people down there in Texas, because, when I left New York and went to Texas, I never knew that Texas was like the South. I looked at the South as being South Carolina, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi. That's the South to me. I never knew that the South was, the hub was in Texas. When I went down to the school, and the first thing I saw in the airport was Black restroom, whites only restroom, whites only water fountain, and then your name changed from boy to nigger or nigger. Okay, so when I got back and checked George out, George from down in the Houston area, they didn't have too much going for Black kids down there. George was a thug, and he was a country thug. But in terms of George having any identity about Blackness, he had none. He wasn't educated like you were in New York, okay? And then there's a guy that came out of Baltimore, Maryland, a guy by the name of Pappy Galt. Pappy Galt was the boxing coach for 1968. He was the head boxing coach. Pappy came to me after we had made our demonstration. And he said to me, he said, John, listen, he said, I don't know whether you guys did the right thing or the wrong thing. In other words, he said, I don't know whether I agree with what you did or I disagree. He said, but there's one thing I do know. He said, you're going to have to feed your family. He said, I have a plan. And he gave me 4 tickets. He said, here's 2 for you and 2 for Tommy. Just by the grace of God, we didn't go. Not because it wasn't a good idea, but just it wasn't the right time to go. And the reason why I say that is because it was the night of heavyweight fight between George and I think the German guy. But anyway, George didn't know anything about the flag. If you notice, when George went out, Pappy put the flag in his hand, and he had the flag low when he went out. But people noticed that flag right away, and they started going ballistic when they saw him with the flag. Then he raised the flag up and started walking around, bowing, waving the flag. And when he did that, it was like 2 missiles. One was falling to the sky, falling to the ground, and the other was going up to the roof. Because I was a superstar when I went in. And when I left, I was like nobody, and George was everything. I never had no problem with George going up. I was happy that he was able to rise. Okay? And the reason why that they loved George so much was merely because that was contrary to what I stood for in Mexico. I stood saying the flag ain't what it is, and George was waving the flag regardless. But he was raising the flag regardless with lack of knowledge at that time.
Right.
But yet, still, with the lack of knowledge, it didn't matter because it boosted him and his career. It set George up in life. And he always felt like he owed me something. I said, George, you don't owe me anything, man. God gave you what you were supposed to have, and he gave me what I was supposed to have. I said, the greatest thing you can give me, brother, is your friendship, because we was good partners. And, it's a funny thing, man. 40 some odd years went by. I thought about George pretty much every day. He thought about me pretty much every day, because in the midst of it all, my first wife that died and all this shit, he never got a chance to meet Kim. And it always stayed in his cross, man. I want to meet your wife and blah, blah, blah. And when the thing went down, we ain't see each other no more after that night. Okay? So 40 some odd years going back. Because remember when he raised Universal. Yeah. When they smashed me to the ground, man, they kept their foot on my neck. Shit, they couldn't hear me do nothing but try and breathe. But for 40 some odd years, until it got to the point where he said, man, I got to get in touch with John. And I just happened to come down here to Mel Pender had an affair down there, a golf tournament or something, and I came down. And when I left and went back to California, man, I was dead tired. And I went to the post office. No, not that. That's later. But I went home and I told my wife, I said, I don't want anything to eat. I'm tired. I'm going upstairs to go to sleep. I was up there asleep for about an hour. And then all of a sudden, man, my phone started ringing every hour on half an hour. And then finally, I picked the phone. I was real angry. And I said, man, who is this? And he said, this is George Foreman. I said, yeah, and I'm the king of Siam. He said, no, John, this is really George Foreman. I said, yeah, right. And I said to myself, well, if you George Foreman, let me ask you a question. Why you got all them damn cars? Because remember, he was buying a lot of cars. So I said to him, why you buying all them cars? And he said to me, he said, John, that's the same thing that my wife been asking me. When he made that statement about the same thing as wife, I picked up the voice. I said, I'll be damn, it is the biggest and the baddest cowboy I know. Then we started talking, man. We had a good time on the phone.
Wow.
So then he said to me, he said, John, I want to do something. I want to do something to help you. I said, George, I'm cool, man. Nah, man, I want to do something to help you. So he said, when you talking about cars? Yeah. I said to him, yeah. He said, what kind of car you like? So I said, man, my dream was always, if I ever got my money right, I said, my color is green. I want to get a money green Bentley, just so I can ride around my jeans and shit and be a poor rich man. Okay. So he said, okay. So then we parted. He went on, do what he had to do. And then my boss got a hold of me. I was a teacher. And my boss, that's another story in itself. But he came to me one day and he said to me, he said, John, I need you. It was a young brother too. He said, John, I need you to do me a favor. I said, what's that? He said, Black History Month is here, man, and I don't have anybody for Black History Month. Could you help me? I said, sure. Let me see what I could do. So I get on the phone, man. I call George. He said, George, I need a favor. He said, what's that? I said, look, man, my boss needs somebody for Black History Month, man. And the only person I could think of is you. Would you come in and do it? He said, all right, let me put Monk. Monk is his son. Monk takes care of his business, I guess, travel arrangements and so forth. He said, let me have Monk get back to you. So his son called back. And he said to me, he said, well, John, I talked to my dad. He said he wants to do it and blah, blah, blah. He said, but he can get there at such and such a time. Now, school would let out at 2:45. He's talking about he can get there 10 minutes to 2. So I said, no, Monk, that's not going to work. So he said, well, let me go back to my dad. So he went back to the dad. George called me back. He said, John, what day do you need me? What time do you need me there? I gave it to him. He said, I'll be there. So that day, man, my boss got a stretch Hummer. He knew some people in the limousine business. He got a stretch Hummer. The airport wasn't but 2 blocks from school. But we go over there, man. George and his daughter, he chartered a Learjet, a mid-sized Learjet, to be there for that thing that day. Just to show you the character of the man. He chartered a mid-sized Learjet. Nobody on that plane but him and his daughter. He took a commercial plane going back. Okay? But he came in, man, and I mean, he really surprised me. Because he came in and he met all the staff, took pictures with them all, signed with it, whatever they wanted to sign. And we had probably at that time the largest school in Reno Valley. And we had probably about 2,600 students. And we put them all in the stadium. And I sat there and watched George, and we had like a bench. Every kid in that stadium that wanted an autograph, he sat there and he signed his autograph for him. And I said to myself, I said, well, damn, if George could sign all these damn autographs and don't whimper, I said, man, I ain't never turning nobody down to want an autograph again. Then he said, all right, John, I'm tired. So we took him back to the hotel. And then he says, get the community ready. And let's do something for the community that night. And him and his daughter came back that night and did something for the community. And I said to him, I said, damn, George, I said, man, I don't know how I'm ever pay you. I said, but if I ever hit the lotto or whatever, I'm going to send whatever I can afford to your charity. Uh-huh. So, okay. So we split again. So he said, look, man, I'm going to send you something. So I go out of town again. This is what I was telling you before. I come home and I drive to my house, but I drove past my house and went to the post office. And you go in my post office box, and this white envelope come out, must be about so big, right? White envelope, no name on it, just my name. I open the envelope up. You hear me okay?
No, I'm telling you, I know. I'm guessing what it is. Cheek.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was looking. Check it out. So I open the envelope up, man, and I pull it out, and there's a picture. George, he got his straw hat, like a Panamanian straw hat, and he got the gold rings around it and shit, gold coins, and he got his typical blue shirt on and had an Arabian stallion over his shoulder. Uh-huh. I said, damn, he looked good. Looked like money there, boy. Uh-huh. But when I took the paper clip off, it was a letter, and something floated away. So I put the picture behind the letter, and I started reading the letter, and he's telling me, he said, John, he said, listen, man, he said, you my man for life. He said, man, I'm just so happy that we back together. He said, I'm so sorry that, that I really never got a chance to meet Kim. He said, once again, man, I tell you, I thought about you every day for that 40 years. Every day I thought about you. And I could feel what he was saying because my sentiment was pretty much the same. That, this shit got in the way of our family and the whole 9 yards. So I got to reading the letter, and then I went to put everything back. And I remember, something floated away. Well, I go there, man, it was a check, and the check was face down. I picked the check up, man. I ain't gonna tell you how much money he gave me. But when I picked the check up, man, but I tell you, only time I ever got weak in my knees, when my father said about respect. When I looked at that check, man, my knees got weak. I had to grab onto the counter and shit to keep from falling.
Wow.
And I took it and I put it on back in. And I got home to my wife and I told my wife, say, hey, baby, say, George, send you something. So she don't know if she took, I don't know if she opened it. She saw the picture. Oh, this is a nice picture. She reads the letter. Oh, she said, he really loves you. That's your man. So when she took the paper clip off to read the letter, the check floated away again. Sure enough, the shit was down. Man, my wife picked up that check. She saw that shit. I'm standing behind her because I know she about to fall. I grabbed her. And she says to me, she says the same thing I said. We can't keep this.
Wow.
We can't accept this. And when I called George the next morning, I called him. I said, George, I said, look, man, my wife and I really appreciate what you did, but we can't accept this. And when I said that, he just got silent. He didn't say a word. And then he came back and he said, John, if you don't accept it, you're going to hurt my wife and I. He said, this is something that we want to do. He said, man, and it ain't what we want to send. We want to send more, but this is all we can send. And I looked at him, I said, well, George. And he said to me, he said, I know you can do something with the money. He said, you can get your floors done at the house. He said, man, you can go out there and take your wife on a big vacation. You can get that Bentley you want.
Wow.
Hey, when he said that, I said, well, I guess I got to keep it. But, man, if I ever get on my feet, the first person I'm going to try and help is George, whatever he's doing. That's the God's truth.
Wow.
Because I always thought, it's a lot of people that gain off of what took place in Mexico City. And a lot of people still gain it every day. But George was the only one in that 53 years, even to this day, they came up and said, hey, man, let me throw you something. I know you ain't never asked for nothing, but it's something I want to do because I understand now what you did, why you did it, and I understand what you've gone through. I sit back, I look and say, Oprah Winfrey wasn't nowhere before I did what I did in Mexico City. Bill Cosby just came on after we did what we did in Mexico City. A lot of people rose based on what we did because white society said we got to throw props up now.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right.
But as those props, as they grew, they knew for a fact that we were married and we had kids. Harry Edwards, nobody sent a dime for us to feed our kids. They knew that we didn't have no jobs. They knew that they stopped us from working. They knew that they sucked up all the monies that we had in our bank accounts. Nobody knew that nobody sent us a dime. And I remember one time they bust me with some cocaine in California. Show you how God is. It was around New Year's, and a buddy of mine, he was out there in the streets hustling. And I went to him, I didn't have no job and I had no money. My mortgage was due. And I've always prided myself in the fact that through all the trials and tribulations, I always kept my house and never let my wife and my kids, because I couldn't fathom them sleeping in the park in a box or an apartment. So I went to him and told him, I said, I need some money, man. I'm trying to make my mortgage. And he said, man, it's the holiday, I invested all my money. And he gave me a little $50 spoon. He said, man, here's some drugs here. He said, you can go sell that or you can have a good time for the New Year's. And a buddy of mine, one of my Olympic buddies was with me, and he had come into my house and he left his grip. And I had the thing in my shirt pocket. And I had a sweater over my shirt. And as we was going out the block and the police see us, they makes a U-turn out in the main street and come back and put the light on us. So when I saw him coming, I reached in my pocket and got the shit and took it to throw it out the window. And the shit hit the window jamb, hit me in the forehead, and then fell on the floor. So I'm driving, I'm trying to find it. And my boy's sitting up there, he don't know what's going on. So the police come, man, and I wind up, they take me to jail. And I'm going to tell you something. I can truly tell you about how a person might kill himself when they're in jail. Wow. Because if I wasn't a strong individual, I'd have probably did some stupid shit like that. Wow. And the reason I say that is because I felt so much shame for what I did, for it being a reflection on my mom and my dad, my brothers and my sisters, because they never lived their life like that, to be in or around or near any drugs. They didn't raise me to be in, around, or near any drugs. And here I am, a noted figure in society, and they taking me to jail for drugs. So all that's a reflection on them. It was a heavy load on me, man. It was a heavy load on my heart. It was a heavy load on my spirit, man. And I'm worried about how much this is affecting my mother. My father had died. So I'm worried about how much this is affecting my mother. And my mother came to me when I got out. My mother said to me, she said, Johnny, don't worry about that. She said, I love you unconditional. And I know if you did something like that, you had a good reason for doing it. Ain't nobody never gave you nothing. I said, yeah, Ma, you're right. I said, I was trying to beg some money from a friend of mine, and that's what he gave me to try and help me pay my mortgage. She said, don't worry about none of that. And I can't tell you, man, to this day, how many loads of bricks that she took off my shoulders when she told me that. I mean, to tell me, say, son, I know why you did it. I know that if it had to be something critical for you to even have something like that on you. But I told her, hey, I'm just so relieved just to hear you say this, because I was so concerned about how much I tarnished you and my brothers and my sisters, you know. So yeah, I knew George real well, know George real well. I respect George. I see George doing a lot of things to help a lot of people. And, you know, a lot of people have a lot of things to say about George. But like you sit back, you think about George, and one time when George came out and said something favorable about the 45 president. And then when he educated himself, then he came back and rescinded that shit. You know, realized that he made a mistake, and he publicly acknowledged that he made a mistake going with this dude. But like it started in the intro when I said, man, guys out of New York have a far better education. And when I say education, I don't necessarily mean education going through the public school system. I'm just talking about education of life.
No, men out of Harlem, man. It's Harlem. It ain't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I say out of New York, well, shit, you know, we didn't live on Broadway.
Man,
So that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, so we were far more ahead of the game. And even now, if you go, you know, like west of the Mississippi, you know, they give you that look. Mm-hmm. Like you out there outsmart them, or you out there outsway them, or what have you. And I be trying to tell them, say, man, we all in the same boat. Ain't about me pimping you or you pimping me. We being pimped. You know? So, you know, what's the next question?
My last question is, and before that, I definitely want to thank Miss Fuller, man, for setting this up, man. Awesome to have you in here. And we got
Gussie's my girl. She's my girl. She takes care of all the business.
Thank you. I truly appreciate her. I got you had a whole bunch of teary eyes in here when you was telling these stories, but I got to thank a few people because they wanted to tell you thank you, and they chimed in. But your stories were and your stream conscious. I didn't want you to look at the screen and break your thought. J.A. Dixon just wanted to thank you. Love is the word said thank you, and it was and Reggie Owens had. I got two questions and from the chat. I'll ask them after mine. You said that if you were in the Audubon ballroom, you thought that you could have done something to save Malcolm, right?
Right.
And so my question to you is, what do you think happened February 21st, 1965? Who do you think did it? And or the parties involved?
Well, you know, like I thought all along, man, that the law enforcement did it. Mm-hmm. The same people that be trying to suppress me or try and suppress anybody. I mean, the same people that suppress Martin. You know, anybody that stands against the system, man, law enforcement is involved in it some way. Mm-hmm. Okay, how you gonna have all the police around and people gonna get in with the guns and so forth and shoot homeboy? You understand? So it's always, you know, the thought that law enforcement is involved, but how do you go about proving it? And we can't never prove nothing because we ain't never been one to do anything together. So that's what the law enforcement, without a doubt, set the stage for all of us to go down the drain when we go. And you look back in that boy in back of you, back there shaking Malcolm's hand in that picture. Law enforcement is involved in him going. MC, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So when you sit back and you think about these things, man, you have to realize that when you're activist, you can become a hero and you can become a martyr. And you can't get away from either one of them. And you can't be fearful for either one of them. Yeah, it's great to be an activist. It's even greater to be a hero. But it's phenomenal to be a martyr. Say this guy lived and died for what he lived. You understand? They talk about Harriet Tubman. They talk about Harriet Tubman taking people through the Underground Railroad and the whole 9 yards, but they don't talk about the fact that Harriet Tubman had that gun on her hip too. Let you know, you get out of line, it's more than me just going through the Underground Railroad. I'll take your ass down right here. To let them know. She had that attitude, an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. You coming after me, I'm coming after you. Understand? And we all have to have that attitude. We ain't going looking for no trouble. But at the same time, if trouble comes, you have to be prepared to deal with trouble.
Right.
How do we deal with law enforcement if we're scattered? Burning cars and shit, when back in the 60s, when we had all this shit going down, we burning up cars and burning up buildings and shit. We ain't burning up shit we own. We burn up all that shit and they got money for it. And when they got the insurance for it, they said, we're going to make them suffer. We ain't going to put no grocery stores in their neighborhoods. We ain't going to put shit in their neighborhood for 10, 20 years. You remember them buildings over there on 143rd, 144th on 8th Avenue? It was right there on the corner. It was 2 buildings there. Them buildings got burned down, man, when I was a teenager. They didn't build nothing on them 2 corners, man, until I was damn near in my 60 years. Wow. Okay? They got their money. I own the land. I just sit on it. I ain't going to put shit up there. Let them have a vacant lot. And it's going to continue like that, man, until we become one. That was the essence of the fist. To say, hey, man, we're strong individuals. Here's 5 individuals right here. But we're individuals of separate minds. Everybody wants to go their own way. But then when we woke up and realized, man, here we are, and like one guy decides, I'm going to move this pebble across the road, and he tries, and he can't do it. Another guy jumped out and told him, man, I've watched you all day, man. You ain't put your hips into it. You got to put your hips into it, your shoulder when you do it. And he jumped out and he can't do it. But in essence, down the line, man, that 5 individuals say, man, I realize now what it was. We didn't come together to do this as one. And what happened when they bring them together? That seems a lot more powerful to me right there than that. And until we realize that this is a hard lesson for us, man, we've been having a hard time realizing that we can do far more accomplishments as a race of people when we come together as one. All of Africa was great until we had dissenters. Those that they infiltrated and told them, say, hey, man, we bring some beads and shit. We bring some alcohol. We want 10,000 of them. Hook us up. And then we start selling each other off. And we still doing that same shit today. Yeah, let me sell it. Let me sell his ass down the line for a few dollars. It's sad.
Is that what you think happened?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Remember, I tell you, there's manipulation. And within manipulation, there's money involved.
Right. Right. Over the weekend, I went to Chicago on Sunday to interview John Ali. I was, I'm very motivated just to find out what happened in the Nation of Islam with Malcolm X and all that. And I'm doing my best to document as many primary resources as I can, as opposed to saying what I believe, just lay the facts because they were actually there,
Right.
Mm-hmm. So and he was the national secretary for the Nation of Islam, and he said some things to me, especially after the interview, because we went to dinner after the interview,
Right.
and he was telling me like a lot of inflammatory things about the energy as it pertains to the NOI versus Malcolm X, and this is coming from him. And
Mhm.
you know, that was Elijah Muhammad, literally right hand man. You know,
Right.
and he handled all his letters and all that, his media engagements, his scheduling, and all that. And he said, and I quote him, and I'm gonna put the video out soon. He says, "Everyone in the Nation of Islam wanted Malcolm dead."
Right.
That's what he told me, and
Right.
I was flabbergasted. And how he said it was so as a matter of fact. You understand what I'm saying? Like because they lived together from 57 to 61. They lived together in Queens, right?
Right.
And so you might have known John Ali. Did you know John Ali?
I believe so.
Yeah, and he said it like so as a matter of fact, and it startled me because they lived together, and Malcolm brought him to the Nation of Islam, right? Because I know I'm doing all my research before I do the interview, and he just says he's a hypocrite. And I'm sitting there like, but that was your best friend. You know? He says he's a hypocrite, and that startled me like in my spirit.
No. When he said that, did he provide ground for him to make that statement?
Explain further, because I don't want to lie on his name. Say it again so I can understand.
When he said that he was a hypocrite, there has to be a basis for that statement.
Oh yeah. He said he was a hypocrite because he went against. I'm gonna quote him. He went against the messenger.
Well, he went against the message because he felt like the message, it had something to do with the women in the messenger's life. That's what he was more complaining about than anything. Right. And then the public side is when he made the statement about the chickens have come home to roost when they killed John JFK. Right. And when you sit back and think about it, man, like, okay, he spoke out of line, and that turns with the minister told him don't say anything publicly. But I think there's a lot of shit swirling around in there. But at the same time, when shit's swirling around, remember what I said, man, that's when you're most vulnerable.
Exactly.
And a man can come in with the law, with the shield, and manipulate.
Boom.
Y'all want to do it? We want to help you do it. You understand? It only have to be one person to say, man, we don't have no love for Malcolm. Mm-hmm. Oh, is that right?
It's spread like wow.
Come sit down. I want you to have a meeting with us. And next thing the stage is set. Mm-hmm. I mean, you look at that movie that they just did with Fred Hampton.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. It's the same shit.
Right.
The same shit, man. The same shit. Mm-hmm. And then homeboy he feel fucked up in his life because I let them manipulate me. Mm-hmm. And now that they manipulate me, I'm uncomfortable, but now they got this shit over my head where I will be the hypocrite because they're gonna put the word out of me.
I'm gonna have PPD send you that interview. I'm gonna have her send it to you.
Yeah, please.
And you'll be able to see like I spent the day with him, so I know his body. I don't know his body language, but I know when he gets excited and wants to talk. Because I asked him, I said, "So where were you February 21st, 1965? What happened? Where was I? Oh, I don't know." And I was like, "Come on, man." I looked him in the eyes, like, "Come on, you know exactly where you were." Right. Oh, well, I think I was in Chicago. Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, I get it. Mm-hmm. I get it. You know what I mean?" And so so I'm just enamored with asking people the questions. You know what I mean? We have Nation of Islam members in the chat right now, but I'm just so enamored with the truth.
Well, I'm glad. I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad that they took it off the minister because they put it on Minister Farrakhan. I knew that Farrakhan wasn't the one. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wish I could say that in regards to Malcolm, but certain people that was in that group, I have reservations about them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, not Malcolm, but Martin.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I said, man, you are in a very opportune time for certain people when they see you weak.
Boom.
You understand? As long as we are weak and have fear, they're going to always be able to manipulate us.
Right.
When we become vulnerable.
Right.
You understand what they say? They say, you caught me at my most vulnerable time. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, shit, we don't even know what the vulnerable time is until after they got what they wanted and gone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he couldn't get me any other day. He got me when it was my weakest day.
Right.
But you see, we can't say he got me my weakest day after the fact. We supposed to be realizing that if I'm weak, they coming at me, and we supposed to be ready when they come.
Right.
We so interested in their God, which is their dollar, until we don't know nothing about principles. We don't know nothing about love. We don't know nothing about unity. All we know is about Abraham Lincoln and Benjamin Jackson and all the rest of them dollar bills.
I couldn't agree with you more. You had two questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, but, I was just going to say, could you imagine, man, what we could have done in the last 50 years with all the professional athletes that we have in football, basketball, and baseball? Okay? I ain't gonna go into the writers and the arts. I'm just gonna go with just sports people alone, black. All we had to do, man, was set up a nonprofit foundation and tell them, say, man, opposed to you sending your taxes to the government, why don't you write the taxes off to the nonprofit? And say, because we could have took the brightest and the best minds and put them through schools, you understand, to be CEOs of corporations that we want to start. And I say that because I always look back at Greenwood, okay, and think about how we had all of those businesses, and think from 19 whatever it was when they burned that shit down to this present day, and we ain't come nowhere near close to what they had back then. How is that possible? It looked like to me that they was more unified back then and together as one than we ever been since then. How is that possible? How can we have all these businesses, entrepreneurs, and young kids that was astute about, yeah, I'm going to take over my daddy's business one day, and then they come in and they burn it and blow it and shoot it up. And then we fear death that much, man, that we say we can't try and rebuild and do it all over again? Learn the lesson from it. Was it a lesson learned that we shouldn't do this? Don't ever do this? That's the lesson in Greenwood? So, man, we got a lot of shit that we got to work out in our minds. A lot. Go with your next question, man. I'm sorry.
Last two questions. Big Dog Willie. Hey, Reggie, can you repost your question so I can quote it exactly? I just got the summarization of it. Big Dog Willie wants to know what happened with Peter Norman in Australia.
Very good question.
And I know you were. It's Paul Bell.
But let me tell you this. Peter Norman, man, was a man's man. Now, this might be hard to swallow when I say this. We'll talk about this down the line if we don't have time to talk about it today. But I have more respect for Peter Norman than I do for Tommy Smith. Okay? Wow. Now, let me tell you about Peter Norman. Peter Norman didn't have to take part in what we were doing. When I saw Peter Norman the first time, I was in Australia for a track meet. I know who he was. He knew I was. We looked at each other and kept it moving. When we went to the Olympic Games, I'm running the heat, and Peter Norman was in the heat, and I'm cruising through the tape, and I see him out the corner of my eye come up, and I kind of waved him down. And I'm walking on, and he waved me back down. So I like the fact that he had some heart, first of all. And then second of all, I like the fact that he was a great athlete. But where the manhood comes in, after we had got through the finals and we in the tunnel and we getting ready for what we getting ready to do, Peter said, "What are you guys doing?" I said, "Peter, let me ask you a question." I said, "Do you believe in human rights?" And he said, "Of course I believe in human rights." And he was telling me about his mom and dad were Salvation Army workers, this, that, and the other. So I said to him, I said, "Well, would you like to win an Olympic Project for Human Rights button? We're getting ready to make a statement." He tried to reach to get mine. I had to pat him on his hand. "Get back, I'll get you one." So I put the button on him. Now we go out there, we make the statement. We turn for them to play the national anthem and so forth. We stand there with our fists up. Peter stand there at attention. Peter didn't do anything other than to say, I support these two young black men. How do I support them? I support them because I believe in human rights, and I have a badge to say that I support what they're standing for. He didn't disrespect the flag. He didn't put the finger up, or he stood at attention. When all the shit broke, there was two guys in America that the roof fell in. Like they say, the house is on fire. If they want to whip up on John Carlos, Tommy Smith got arrested. They want to whip up on Tommy Smith, John Carlos got arrested. But the bottom line is, when it went to Australia, Peter didn't get no rest. They whipped up on him 24/7, 365, merely because he supported two young black men, merely because he put a button on his shirt. Peter never denounced us, and I told him, say, Peter, all you got to do is just say, man, you denounced what you did. You didn't know what you was doing. He never denounced us. He never backed away from us. He never said one bad word about what we was all about or what we stood for. When we had some activities going on, he left Australia to come to stand with us in that statement. And they bust his heart, man. He died long before he was supposed to die, merely because they put so much pressure on him. The same thing they did. They broke up our marriages here in the United States. They broke up his marriage in Australia. They made it to the point where we couldn't get no work here in the United States. They made it to the point where he couldn't get no work in Australia. See, and Peter understood what was going on to blacks in America because he understood what was going on to the Aboriginal people in Australia. Okay? So I'll always have respect for Peter Norman. I tell him, I say he's a brother from another mother as far as I'm concerned. And like I said, we'll talk about why I said I have more love for him than I respect than Tommy Smith. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about that on another show when we have time.
Okay. Okay.
That's something that we would have to really get into.
Okay, sure. And the last question of the night, Fred, my question is, what ran through his mind walking to the starting blocks, and what ran through his mind when he walked on the winner's stand, and what prominent black figures gave him heat for the fist?
Well, walking to the starting blocks, man, I had made up my mind that I was going to give the race up. And I was hoping, yeah. Remember I told you at the beginning, man, two things came to my mind about he could have the medal, because medals meant everything to Tommy, and medals ain't never meant shit to me. You know, I went him in the 168th Army, he'd give them to the girls before I even left the Armory. So a medal didn't mean anything because it was about the principle. I'm there running the track meet. I got 100,000 people hollering my name, John Carlos, and I ain't making a dime. Somebody making the money. So it's a track meet. So if they're going to get theirs, my statement there, I was going to get mine. So walking to the blocks, I'm thinking about, I hope my boys understand, because before we went to the finals, I got on the phone and called a lot of my boys that used to bet on races from all the way from 1968, all the way from 168th Street Armory. They used to make bets on my races all the way through my time up to the Olympics and after. I said to them, I say, don't put no money down today because I'm undecided what I'm going to do in this race. Don't bet on the race. So what I was thinking when I was going to the blocks is that I have to set a precedent to let people know that know anything about track and field, that if I wanted the race, I could have the race. If you look at the race, when the gun went off, man, I was coming off that turn. I was 6 meters in front of everybody, 6 to 7 meters in front of the pack. Now, in 1968, at the Olympic trials, the world record was 20.3. I ran 19.70. That's a big drop in that damn world record.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Now, I don't know how people would think that if I'm training for the Olympics, how I would lose the shape that I'm in from a month earlier when I get in the games. So I said, well, what I'll do, I'll set a precedent to let them know, those that know me and those that know about track and field, that if I want this shit, I could have it. But then Tommy Smith tried to play the head game. He tried to come on and tell everybody he had a groin muscle pull. He didn't have a calf muscle pull, or he didn't pull a hamstring. He said he pulled a groin muscle. You tell me anybody in sports history that pulled a groin muscle and can run a world record or can run a touchdown. Okay? So when I realized that he wanted the medal that much that he would say he pulled a groin muscle, and I trained with this guy every day. I said, man, you want this medal more than you want life. He had the medal. So when I pulled back, and if you look at the video, you'll see me actually slowing down in the race and turn around and tell him, I'm talking to him, if you want this medal, stop bullshitting and come on. As I'm saying bullshit, he shoots by me. Now I'm striding down the track for the next 70, 80 meters. You see me striding down the track, and I'm looking to see who I am, because it wasn't about, me winning as much as it was about me taking one of the top 3 places. Now, I had anticipated taking second. But when I got about 10 meters from the tape, I thought, oh, shit, Peter Norman, you see me turn my head from the left all the way over to the right, because I forgot about Peter. And when I went in, Peter was sprinting. I couldn't start sprinting again. I was striding. So we leaned into the tape. I knew I had gotten third. When I looked up at the clock and it said 20 point low, 20 flat, I was excited. That's right. Check the race out.
We're going to watch it together.
Yeah, see if you can break it down too. I can't see it right now because they got all the right.
I'm going to see if I can enlarge it. And you see it now?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it and you walk us through it.
I got a lot of writing up here. We can't take the writing down, huh?
Okay, now hope.
Okay, good.
Can you see it?
Yeah. All right, you see me there?
Uh-huh.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
He pulled a groin muscle, right? Okay. And see how happy he is?
Uh-huh.
Man, that's how much he wanted. Man, that better didn't mean shit to me. But when the race was said and done, I smiled and I said, man, I said, you know something? Now we can get busy. Now we can do what I came here for.
You pulled back the last 20 meters. Now that I look at it, it's very obvious.
Yeah, I stopped running. You see me striding the last. You see me striding through the finish.
Uh-huh.
But that's neither here nor there, because Tommy liked to tell stories and shit about he's this and he's that, and I ain't into the track aspect of it. My track career stand on its own. Okay, I just want to make sure that we have a full understanding about what took place on that victory stand. That's far more important to me than any medal or any Olympic Games. Okay. So that's what I was thinking about on the way to the victory stand in terms of how I was going to run this race. And then what was the second thing he said about coming off the stand or something? What was the second part of that question?
Let me go back. He said, walking to the starting blocks, and what ran through your mind as you walked to the winner's stand?
Okay. As I went to the winner's stand, I was excited about the fact now we were getting ready to get down and do what I came here for. Because, we had the gloves stuck down in our pants. We had the shoe in the other hand, the right hand. We had the beads on, we had the scarf, we had everything. And not only that, the only person that knew that this was go down, aside from Peter Norman, was God, whoever he or she may be. Nobody on planet Earth knew what was going to go down. Okay. So when we got up there, it was just like that damn vision that I had when I was a kid. there was applause. America. And then when we went through the action, it's like somebody turns the dial and shit turned to another channel. Because then they started booing and started throwing shit and hollering and telling us where to go. And it made me feel good when reporter asked me after, he says, well, John, what do you think you accomplished? And I looked at him, I told him, I said, it's obvious that I accomplished something because you've never come to me before to ask. So obviously I did something to rouse your ass. But, when you sit back and you think about it, man, I don't think anybody grew up to aspire to say, I want to be a civil activist. I want to be famous in any sort of way like that. But I think a certain breed of person or breed of people come to this planet, and we're here to be that star, so to speak, in the sky, a beacon to let you know, man, that there's something greater than what you think they're giving you. They're setting a precedent to you in terms of how great you can be or how great they allow you to be. And God sends certain people on this planet, man, to let them know, no, you can be what he chose you to be. Have no fear. And that's one of the greatest assets that I think that I have, the fear factor. I think that's one of the greatest assets that Martin Luther King had, or Malcolm X had, or Frederick Douglass had, or any black person. And then when you sit back and you think about the greatness of blackness, whether it's literature, whether it's the arts, whether it's singing or dancing, or whether it's sports, think about those individuals that was the embossed ones or the pimple on someone's back that had raised above the norm. Think about Jackie Robinson. Think about Paul Robeson, Kurt Flood, Muhammad Ali, Althea Gibson, the Williams sisters, Deion Sanders. You just think about all of these individuals that I'm mentioning that had become icons in the sports to raise America up. Think about the shit that they had to endure to do that, to be that. Think about what Althea Gibson had to go through as a tennis player. Think about what Muhammad Ali had to go to be the greatest boxer on the planet. Think about what Jackie Robinson had to go through to win games for the Dodgers and his own damn teammates just calling him nigger and throwing cats out at him. Understand? Think about what Langston Hughes had to go through. Think about what James Baldwin had to go through to be who they were as black people. This movie that came out, Black Bottom, with Viola Davis. Think about the sister that she betrayed, the shit that she had to go through. Or the woman that created the hair products. Think about the shit she had to go through. And then at the same time, while you sit back and think about all this, we still had our own differences inside to the point where our own black men back in the day had no respect for the black women. It's almost like I didn't have respect for you because I don't want you to be better than me economically. Because Madam C.J. Walker definitely went to Washington and asked him for help, but he denounced her. I ain't doing nothing for you. You a woman. Woman, man, boy or girl, fat or skinny, good looking or ugly, black is black. We all got to go through this shit, but we don't have to go through it putting it on one another. So, when all the dust settles, man, we need to take a serious look at us. Keep my eye on that white man. You need to do that. But we need to start focusing a lot more on us than him. We need to start getting our shit together because time is running out. And if they drop the ball on this, man, I guarantee it's going to be 1,000 years next time before you get up to do anything on your own.
Right.
My old man told me, say, a shy man will never get shit. If you don't open your mouth and say you need it, you want it, you're going to have, they ain't going to give you shit. When did you ever seen anybody that's in a position of power just give you something? Yeah, man, we took you guys shit away from y'all. We made y'all slaves, but now we gonna give you 40 acres and a mule. We still waiting on the fucking 40 acres and a mule. Yes, man. So a shy man will starve to death. You can run around and be shy and be meek and mild. You don't want to create no problems and this and that. You ain't gonna never get shit. Your kids ain't never gonna get shit. It's a commercial that white people showed me one day, and it made a lot of sense to me. And the commercial was a sunny day. There's a white man and his son. It was so hot that when they found a shade tree, and they're sitting down, Dad lays back on the tree, man, and he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and he paints shit. He takes one out, man, put it in his mouth, fired up, and he takes the pack of shit on the ground, on the grass. And the son looks at us for shit. He takes the pack out, he pops it, put one in his mouth. Father like son. If we see our daddies going to jail for 15 to 20 to 25 years and we going to visit him every day or every week, we begin to believe that it's no big thing going to jail. My daddy went to jail. And not to say that daddy shouldn't be in jail sometimes, but a lot of us shouldn't have been in jail. And if we were in jail, that's not the place to be taking our sons. Yeah, you the mama, you the woman, or you the husband, you're supposed to go. But you ain't supposed to be dragging your kid up there to indoctrinate him about, yeah, when I leave, you're going to take my place. Because a lot of times that shit is happening every day. Every day. But we have people, man, that's scared, we ain't supposed to speak on that shit. Why? I got family members that's locked down. Everybody got some family members that's locked down. But at the same time, we got to realize that we can't be indoctrinating our kids, taking them there and let them think that it's okay for them to take your life away. And when they lock you down, that's exactly what you do. You breathing, but you dead. We done?
Yes, and his last part, he says, what athletes and or celebrities didn't like the fact that you raised your fist?
Prominent black figures.
Prominent black figures. Thank you, D.
Well, I don't know what I can say. They didn't like what I did. I think all people, black people, like what I did. I think they was intimidated by what I did based on, reprisal coming to them if they showed that they like what I did. Okay? It's like I said, me and Muhammad Ali was real tight after that. But it wasn't a whole bunch of black people that came up and lend any support. As I stated, man, they didn't send 10 cents to try and help me feed my kids or anything, pay my rent or anything. They knew the trials and tribulations, but I think they stayed away more based on fear of reprisal. They never came up and did anything in terms of embracing us or so forth like that. Here the NAACP said that they wanted to honor me a few years back. And they invited Mr. Smith and I didn't go. I made an excuse about why I didn't go, but the real truth why I didn't go is, man, I don't need you to honor me 50 some odd years later. You should have been there to honor me when I got off that victory stand. You know what I stood for then as much as you know what I stand for now. So I'm supposed to be all cheesy and grinning because you want to do something for me now? Now, I think about the suffering and the pain and the agony my kids went through when they were coming up after this shit was over. Okay? But what I did, in essence, made things more possible for their kids.
Sure did.
But I ain't throwing no bones at nobody. I ain't throwing no rocks at nobody. I'm just trying to make people understand what this shit is like and let them know, yeah, I lived to be 75 years old. from doing one of the things was probably one of the most noticeable things in world history. A lot of people was telling me, you going the wrong way. You going the wrong way. And I remember I used to tell them, I said, well, man, we got to wait until we get to the finish line. We see who went the right way. Okay. And here, let me just round it up, man, and we can leave. It's like this, man. So a young lady asked me in one of these Zooms one day, she said to me, she said, Dr. Carlos, how do you motivate people that stands on the sideline? They could speak, they don't speak. They could step up, they don't step up. I said, all right, I want you to vision this. I said, vision a hill. And on this hill, there's a lot of snow. And on the side, there's people over here, and on the other side, there's people there. The people over on the left side, these people have fear. The people on the right side have ignorance. I said, I'm trying to get up the hill, and both of them have a reason why I shouldn't go up that hill. Someone has fear, man, you're going to break your back. I got fear, you're going to break an arm. Don't go there. The other one is saying, you're a damn fool, man. What you going up that hill for? They have no knowledge as to why I'm getting up there. So I'm sliding, and I'm slipping, and I'm falling, but I'm getting up, and I'm steady making my way. And I get to the top of the hill. I said, you know what I do, young lady? I said, I reach down, and I grab some snow, and I make me a snowball. And then I turn around and go to the edge of the hill, and I put the snowball on the edge and take my finger and just knock it over. I said, what happens when the snowball goes down a snow hill? She said, it grows. That's absolutely right. I said, well, you know what the growth is? I said, the growth is individuals on the side that had fear. Through what they saw, they begin to alleviate their fear. And they jump in and they become a part of that snowball. On the other side, those individuals was ignorant or uneducated. They begin to educate themselves as to why he did what he did and why he stayed with it. And now I want to be a part of it. And they jump in. Now the snowball's bigger. She said, but everybody didn't come in. I said, well, those that was left, I said, they know to get their asses out the way because the train ain't stopping. In other words, that snowball ain't going to stop because they didn't jump in. Either you jump in, be a part of it, or you move your ass out the way. Well, that's what's happening now. A lot of people are starting to jump in. But at the same time, remember what I said about Forrest Gump? A lot of people jump in following, man, but they have no direction. So like, boom, if they kill a leader, they don't know what the hell to do. So we got to start learning in a mass educational mindset relative to our people to say, man, we got to go on a massive educational program. But the only way we're going to start these, man, is like I said, when we get together and bury our egos, when we come together as a race of people, opposed to coming in as separate groups of people. Did I get to the last part?
Yep. Yeah, you did it.
All right, you be sure and send me that tape. Who did that picture in back of you?
A gentleman by the name of Keenan Chapman.
Is that's you got Kareem back there?
Yeah, Kareem.
You got Malcolm. Shit, I don't see me.
Oh yeah, we'll get that done.
Oh shit, I'm upset. Tell him when I see him, he in the city.
That's right.
I'll tell him I'll look for his ass when I come there.
How you like LeBron? How you like LeBron in 30 seconds? In 30 seconds, how you like what LeBron's doing?
I think LeBron's is doing great for a young man his age with the money and position he's in. But I think that LeBron and a few of them need to sit down and have some counsel, some wisdom in terms of yesterday. Not to say that they're not doing a great job, but I think they could do a greater job. But, certain individuals, people whisper in their ear, and they whisper in their ear and tell them, say, stay away from other individuals.
Right.
Okay? So I think that might be what's happening with me, because a lot of people know that I'm a straight shooter and I'm coming at you, and I'm going to tell these kids right off the top what they need to be doing. What I'm telling them they need to be doing, it might be the opposing team don't want them to go that way. Okay, but I think what he's doing is very admirable because what he's doing, he's stimulating and inspiring other young individuals that's coming after him. Right. Let them know that, once, like I said, when I went to Mexico, I was 23 years old. And from that time on, I've been telling people, you don't have to wait until you're 53 or 63 or 73 to do something. You can do it as a young individual if you had your head screwed on tight. And I think he's inspiring individuals to think like that as well. I don't have to be 35 years old. When LeBron came out, he was doing good things at a very early age.
Right.
And Chris Paul is a very strong individual doing a lot of good things as well. So Tyree doing some good things. But I just hope and pray, man, that these guys come together, as I said, as one and say, let's pick certain areas that we want to do and not just do it in pockets, but we want to do it nationwide. I just think, educational factor, I just think that they could be such an extraordinary springboard to turn our kids back into school and start spitting them out. And they're making enough money that when these kids start getting out of school with the knowledge that they're pushing these kids towards, they will have the right people to go to work for them. But we got to get together, man, and have that discussion so everybody can understand what their role is in this mad game that we in.
Right. Thank you for coming to the shop, man.
So where you guys located?
We in Los Angeles.
Oh, you in LA now?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Oh, whereabouts?
Baldwin Hills. Yeah, we both in the Baldwin Hills area.
Yeah, man. Did you ever get a chance to meet my man, Councilman Cunningham?
I sure did. Old man Cunningham?
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, let me tell you about Cunningham, man. Cunningham, I call him old man Cunningham because his son is like 50 years younger than right? Right. So I coached and trained his son when he was at UCR.
Are you serious?
Check this out. I'm gonna take it even better. I'm gonna go even further. I haven't had a conversation. How's he doing? He's still alive?
No, he's gone now. He died about maybe 2 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
You talking about Dave? You talking about Dave Cunningham?
Yes.
Yeah. He was the councilman.
And he worked with Tom Bradley extensively.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Let me tell my story before you go, because your story is gonna be much longer than mine.
Okay. Okay, go.
All right. So I decided to run for city council in Whittier.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, in 2009, 10, I forget the year. Anyhow, the first person I called was Mr. Cunningham. And guess where we had breakfast at? And we sat there for 3 hours.
Where?
Downtown at Reardon Spot. No lie. Man. So I used to always mess with. Yeah, he was a great asset to me. I would call him on the phone and because I was running in a Republican city, 3% black.
Right.
Guess what? I came in third place.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing, similar to you, not on your level, 1%, not even 1%.
Man, but we don't have no levels.
No, okay. Yeah. But I cracked the mold.
Right.
And I lost. And the next year,
set that precedent.
The incumbent got defeated. And now the Latino brother is on the city council. Right. And I says, yeah. So I built his voter base for him.
Right.
I built the voter base.
Listen, you screwed everybody's head off, make them get some oxygen.
Yeah, man.
Let me tell you about Dave.
Old man Cunningham, I used to call him. I used to laugh at him.
Like I tell you, jobs was hard, scarce for me, right?
Yeah.
And the only way I can get a job, man, to take a job as a security guard in a nightclub. And I used to have to dress in a brownstone Ranger uniform. People say, man, Chief John Carlos. Yeah, it took a lot for me to suck it up. Say, yeah, man, that's me. What are you doing with a job like this? What are you doing with a job like this? So I went back and told the guy, I said, look, man, I go back to work, but I can't wear the uniform. I got to be in plain clothes, right? So we worked that out. So then they had a program called the CETA program. You remember the CETA program?
I don't, but if you talk about it, I'll remember.
Well, the CETA program was a government program where they was giving jobs. So I told my boy, the guy that was with me when the police rolled over me, Leon, he was in the Olympics with me. I said, Duma, I said, look, man, they got these jobs coming about with the CETA program. Let's go down there because his wife was pregnant, my wife was pregnant. I said, let's go down there, man, and apply for these jobs. So went down, man, we applied. So the woman said, well, all right, you will hear from us. So sure enough, man, she called me, told me to come down for my physical and shit. I went for my physical. My boy didn't get nothing. He didn't fill the paperwork out and send it back. So I told myself, all right, come on, we go down there and say, look, baby girl, his wife was having false labor and he just lost track of time. She said, all right, but have him do the paperwork now. So he did it. We get jobs. He get a job as a tree trimmer. I took a job at San Pedro as a gardener caretaker. You know, it's the General San Pedro at San Pedro Park and all that. I'm down there, man, and this particular day is around Christmas. And I'm pulling weeds out the ground. And I'll turn over, man, I see these big ass shoes standing there. I'm on my knees. And I look up, I see red pants, man. I look up, and it's a big belly, and I can't see. So I rolled out. And I look up, man, it was Rosie Greer, dressed up like Santa Claus. So Rosie looks at me, he said, Carlos, what are you doing down there? I thought that was you. What are you doing down there? And I told him, I said, Rosie, I got to do what I got to do, man. I ain't too proud that I can't get dirty to feed my family. I ain't with that. I said, what you doing dressed up like Santa Claus? He said, well, I'm going over, we have a party for the kids every year for Christmas, and I'm going to go with Santa Claus to get the gifts out. So he said, get up from there. And he gave me a card, and he said, call Tom Bradley Monday. I got on the phone, I called Tom, come on down. So I go down, I go in the office, and talk to Tom. Tom said, well, I don't have nothing here. Oh, hold on, he picks up the phone, he called Dave. He said, Dave, I got this young fella, I'm gonna send him down there. I go down to Dave, get in Dave's office, and Dave tell me, he said, listen, young fella, now I'm glad that you came on down. And I'm telling him, I said, well, Dave, I'm going to do anything and everything, man, to serve you. And he said, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. You take care of you. So I said, okay. So I go get processed, man, the system. And now I'm like one of his deputies. So I'm starting to get my reputation back, man. I'm doing a lot of stuff in the community. I'm building his name up, this, that, and the other. And then the reporters started coming. They want to do stories and so forth. So I'm telling the stories and shit. Now, I'm gonna always put Dave in everything that I do. And when it came time, and Dave saw the article, he said, well, damn, man, what the fuck is going on? I'm reading this shit. I don't see my name nowhere. So I said, Dave, you told me to worry about me. Don't worry about you. But I did mention your name in the article a number of times. I said, but I'm not there to guide the guy's hand when he's writing. I said, but be cool, man. It's gonna be all right. But me and Dave, man, and Dave, before he died, I didn't get back to the funeral. But I was there in LA to visit my daughter. And he called me at my daughter's house. He said, John, I want to come pick you up. And he came pick me up in his Benz. And we stayed, must have been for 4 hours because I was leaving that day. And he would take me around. We got something to eat. And then he took me to the airport. But we talked, man, for 4 hours. He told me that he was sick. Told me he had cancer. And he didn't have much time. And I said to him, I said, well, Dave, man, you done a lot. I said, but man, damn, this is going to be a hole in the world, man, when you leave here. I said, man, you all right with that? He looked at me, he told me, he said, man, this ain't nothing but a step for a stepper.
Yeah. And
I said, that's my man. I said, you all right. You still standing true to the word.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you how cool he was. He says, Fred, man, why you live in Whittier? Man, I would have got you in so easy, man. Why you live in Whittier?
That's right. That's right.
So the same hand he extended to you, he extended to me because he loved me because of how I used to help his son out in the summertime.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. And
did you ever meet Ted Short?
I didn't meet him. No, I didn't meet him. No. But Mr. Cunningham, every summer we spent time together. Every summer.
Did you meet his oldest son?
I didn't meet him, but I met him, because he would always be at the games. Yeah. I met him.
Yeah, I think he's a judge now.
Oh, is he?
I think he's a judge.
Wow, that's great. Fantastic.
Last time I talked to Dave, he was trying to work something out to get his kids situated, his youngest sons, right? And I said, "What you doing?" He said, "John, I'm working on trying to get the contract from the Lakers and the Clippers to set up the bathroom with the toilet paper." He says, "One thing for sure, man, people gonna always die and they gonna always shit." So I ain't no undertaker, but I'm gonna sure try and get that toilet paper contract for my kids.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he ever consummated the deal, but
yeah, man. Wow, Mr. Cunningham, man. I call him old man Cunningham.
Yeah.
I used to always draw. I said, man, you 80 years old, man, with a 21-year-old son. What you doing, man?
Hey, listen, you should have saw Dave years ago when they used to have the leather pants and leather jackets and shit. And Dave always had that high butt too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So hey. So because I was a history major in college, and I did one of my projects was on Tom Bradley, and I know he passed in 1997 if I remember correctly, right? And so we end up having that conversation, and we can't talk about it on air, but man, we had so many great conversations about Mr. Bradley and him, and oh man, they had a great time together, man. Yeah. They had a great time together.
You see, when I went in, David he was running for Tom's seat.
Yeah.
Moved out to 10th district and moved up to the mayor. So Dave was running for his seat. So I went in and supported Dave. And when Rosie came down and said, "What are you doing down here?" I said, "Damn, Rosie, how you see me?" She said, "Man, I see everything. What you doing on the ground?" I said, "Man, I got to feed my family." And he said, "Get up from there." And that was the start of my comeback, because I was having a hard time, man, a real hard time in terms of trying to make that mortgage every day, man. I'll tell you, if it was 31 days in the month, that extra day was a blessing.
Wow.
Because I would have to hustle 29 out of the 30 days.
Wow.
To get my mortgage up, to pay my mortgage, man, so my kids could feel like other kids don't have to worry about how we gonna sleep and eat. Now I had the house, but a lot of times I didn't have the money to pay the electric bill. And at that time, you know how it is in California, your electric is your heat. And
DWP.
Yeah, I remember I used to have to. I took my kids one time and told them go in, woke them up in the midnight, told them go in the room and take all your clothes out of the dresser drawers and fold them up neatly and put them up against the wall. And then I would drag the dresser in the hallway with a hammer, a claw hammer, and break it up. And I remember the first time I did it, my wife thought I was crazy. But we didn't have no heat, and it was electric. We didn't have no electric bill. I mean, not electric bill, but we didn't have no heat because I couldn't pay the bill. So all I could think of was, to start a fire in the fireplace, and then have everybody go sleep around the fire. And then, people say, "Well, why was it so cold in your house?" I said, because when there's lack of money, brings about a lot of friction. When you're worried about how you going to feed, or how you going to pay the rent, or how you going to do this, friction come in between you and your woman. And my wife got mad, broke out the windows and shit. And when she broke the windows out, I said, "Well, your ass gonna have some cold winters and shit, because I ain't got no money to fix that shit. I can't make no glass." But we did what we need to do, man, and we learned a lot. And then at it all, when my wife got to the point in 77, man, she said, "I can't take no more." She took her life.
Wow.
But all in all, man, I'm just extremely proud of my kids, because they weathered the storm. They grown, they raised their kids the right way. They very Black orientated. I mean, we love all people. But like I said in the beginning, we love Black people. So that's all. But that's John Carlos in a nutshell.
Man, we had a great time, man. When you coming back?
Well, you know what I would like to do when things slow down. I'd like to really come up and sit in the studio with you one day.
Yeah. Oh, I would love that.
And listen,
I would love that.
And listen, we ain't gonna do shit. We talk about New York then, no.
Okay, yeah, man. We can take our time.
We talk about the Ruckus tournament and all that shit.
Yeah. So that means I gotta hire a chef for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we'll be good.
Whatever way you want to do it. Whatever way you want to do it. Hey, listen, man. Let me tell you something. If you say you got time, and I'm gonna give you a story, I'm gonna give you the whole story.
Yeah.
Instead, I ain't trying to give you no bits and pieces, especially if you say we got time, man.
Well, we got time. Yeah.
People need to understand. It ain't no flash and shit that you do.
Mm.
It's not a flash.
Mm.
You know, and tell people, say, man, you know, when a motherfucker put a gun in your face and take your life for who you are and what you stand for, it wasn't a flash. Some motherfuckers plotted, and they had time to plot. Okay? And we don't plot. When you sit back, we pray and they plot. We pray and they plan. We pray and they kick our ass. That's when things started coming in my head saying, well, you know something? Maybe we praying to the wrong God. How can we be praying to the same God that they praying to? And they getting all the perks, and every time we get something, we getting dumped on. Okay?
Right.
I'll stop basically saying anything about God and say the powers of the universe more than anything, because between me and you, I think our God is from another planet any damn way. I mean, if you sit back and you think about why they trying to hide UFOs and aliens and shit from throughout the universe, throughout the world, I'm saying. Because if you go to every part of the world and you'll see they got Aztecs, Indians, they got Chinese, they got everybody that got markings on their walls, murals that they made, and they show you some shit, spaceships and helmets and all that shit. Okay? And then I sit back and I'm saying to myself, I say, oh, I understand now. If they was to ever recognize alien beings, you know what that does? It knocks out religion. That kicks religion in the ass. Okay? Because, you know, I used to always say, man, in the headstones, I said, man, how the hell did we put them damn big ass boulders up on top of it? We can hardly do that shit today. You know what the headstones are?
You talking about the in Europe, yes.
Yeah, where they got the big ass stones and they got those one laying across the top.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we move those boulders across the desert to build the pyramids? Some of them boulders are the size of your house. How'd you move that shit across the desert? Just stack them up the way they stacked them up. You understand? Who was the ones that built the damn Sphinx? And then you know why the Sphinx face is blown off, right? Because the Sphinx represented black people. So whoever put it up had some understanding about who we were, and then the white folks didn't like it, so they said, we're going to destroy it. You sit back, man, you think, I tell people, I said, look out your window in the daytime and tell me what you see. Some people come back and say, well, I see the sun and blue sky. Or I look out today, I see the partial sun and some clouds. I say, great. I say, tonight at 10 o'clock, go look out your window again. Tell me what you see. Oh, I see the stars and I see the moon and I see other shit flying across the sky too, don't you? Oh, yeah, I see shit moving around up there. I said to him, I said, well, listen, what I'm trying to make you understand is where they telling you that black is a negative. Black devil cake is a black cake. Black Monday. You understand? Everything negative came off of black. Then I said to him, I said, well, son, let me ask you this. When you look out the window in the daytime, did it ever look to you like a picture? He said, you know something, Daddy? I never looked at it like that. Yeah, it do look like a picture. I said, well, did you ever look at, when you look out there at night, it look like a movie? He said, I ain't never thought about that. I said, well, let me ask you a couple of other things now we talking about black. And this is for you guys to think about. say, now, as I stated, they talk about black as such a negative, right? When you sit back and you say blackness, when they first started the judicial system in America, they got it from England. England used to have a white robe and white hair, wig they used to put on. And then all of a sudden, England said, well, forget that white robe. And when they brought the justice system into America, they didn't get a white robe. What color robe did they get?
A black one?
A black robe. Why? Why did they get a black robe?
It represented strife, pain, negativity.
No, it represented power and strength.
Combination of all strength.
Right, strength and power, man. As soon as you walk into any court, you realize that robe before you realize who's in the robe.
Correct.
Okay? So it shows you power and strength, wisdom right there. Now let's go over again. Let's say when you look at the economics of this country, when they say that they in decline and making money, they got something that's your color on your shirt, which is red. When we in decline and economically. But did they say we were in the green when we making money? What'd they say?
We in the black.
Why? Why did they do that? Power, strength again. Okay. Now, what's the in martial arts? What's the belt you trying to get?
Black belt.
Black belt. One more time. And then you sit back, the last thing you sit back, you say, okay, it's two symbols in America. What are the two symbols in America?
Say it again. You broke up. There was three.
I said there's two symbols in America. What are the two symbols?
The eagle and the flag.
Eagle and the flag. Absolutely. When you sit back and you look at the eagle, is the eagle, how come they didn't make a seagull? America. Okay? They got a black bird. The eagle is a black bird with a white head. They didn't get him for his head. They got him for his head relative to the fact that they can relate to white. But that bird is black, and that's the most powerful bird in the sky, the most eloquent bird in the sky. You understand? And they made that their mark for the nation. So how is that we still think that we're such a negative force? It's almost like they know us and we don't know ourselves. Right? Everything positive, they put it under the black auspices of blackness. The black belt, the black robe for the law, the black bird to represent America. But yet still they're going to look at you and tell you, say, nah, brother, you're black. You're a nigga. You ain't going to never get nothing. You know what it's like? It's like they mad because they ain't black. I can't have it. You can't have it. And the last thing I'm going to tell you, man, they would give you half of the American economy if they can get one thing from you that you have.
Melanin.
That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But we don't tell our kids none of this shit, man, because we don't believe in education. And if if I got knowledge and I die with this shit, what good is me having this shit and I ain't give it to nobody else? We steady marching down the street. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. Marching, that shit is over. It's time to stop marching
and start swinging, like Malcolm said.
Well, I ain't saying it. I ain't saying no way. We need to be swinging. We need to swing until they start swinging at us.
It's not swinging, man.
You know, let me tell you something about a situation, man, out of the city.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when they did that deal to the kid down there in Jasper, Texas, a young man in Jasper?
They drug him.
When they drug him?
Yeah.
And then who was the one to take the charge down there? out of New York.
Sharpton? No, I don't.
Sharpton. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the deal. We go to a town, man, where they just desecrated a black man, right? Mm-hmm. Well, we gonna get all the black people excited. Oh, it's travesty what they did down there. Travesty. We going down there, we gonna show them. So now we gonna rent buses to go down there, right? From all over the country. How many black bus companies do you think got some of that money? There ain't too many black people own a bus company, first of all. Okay? So now we feeding the white people to take their buses to go down there to this little town. That's a cracker town. And we're going to fill up all their hotels and motels with us to build their capital gain again. Go to all their restaurants to fill their restaurants and fill their tills with the money. And then when all the dust settle, we ain't really accomplished shit other than a public spectacle. And then my man Sharpton, he drives off and shit like he in the tow truck and shit. He drives on by and everybody else standing aside. I said, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
he got all the publicity. He got all the money. And he drives when everybody else just standing there like Forrest Gump again. You understand? What happened down there in Jasper after he left? They didn't do shit. They had them white boys and put them in jail, but we need to take all that money down there to build a caucus for them to lock them 2 white boys up. We got to have better thought than that, man. The ways of the 40s and 50s, them ways are dead.
Right.
You know, right now it's like education. They trying to teach us some shit the way they taught motherfucker 200 years ago. There has to be another method of education.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned about your change of heart on religion, and you speak of Minister Farrakhan in great reverence, right? What's your how do you feel about the NOI and their stances?
Who's that?
The NOI, the Nation of Islam. Because you speak of Farrakhan in great reverence, right?
Well, you know, all I'm saying relative to Farrakhan believes in God too. Same as Christians. He believes in God. You know, he reads the Quran, but he believes in God. But what I'm saying relative to the minister and the things that he say, people don't want to hear what he had to say based on their minds being set up a certain way.
Right.
Am I making sense?
Yeah.
In other words,
programming.
Huh?
The programming.
Yeah.
Right. They program them to not, and listen, it's not so bad they program them, but the only way you can deprogram an individual is for them to do research. If you think a man is saying something that you disagree with, you research it.
Right.
You understand? You can't shout him down with bullshit and you ain't did no research. But that's what a lot of Christians have done to him. Really because of the brainwashing that was put on them. He ain't never threw no rocks at nobody that didn't deserve having rocks thrown at him. Okay? He said something about the Jews, and then the Jews get upset, and now we upset because the Jews upset. And I asked him, I said, all right, man, no disrespect, man, but tell me what the Jews ever threw to your ass. Okay? I don't never remember seeing the Jews throwing shit to black people.
They'll hire them.
Hire shit. We can make that money.
And make money off of us. Yeah.
Make tons of money, right. Right. So I'm not knocking Jews or anybody. I'm just talking about facts. I mean, facts speak for themselves.
Right.
You understand? You can't take a square and put it into a circle, but it's almost like, you know, we have a tendency as black people sometimes, man, to smell gas in the gas tank and let me go get a torch and stick it down there and see if I got gas. Well, after a while, you keep sticking that torch down there, what's going to happen? She's going to blow up in your face. So, once again, man, I'm just saying we don't have a whole bunch of time.
Sure.
Went there a whole bunch of time. And like I challenge people, man. I challenge people. A guy told me, he said to me he went to his barber, and his barber was talking about how Kaepernick did the wrong thing. I said, well, what did you say? I didn't say too much to him. I said, what the fuck you mean you didn't say too much to him? I said, man, ask him. So was Kaepernick supposed to go set himself on fire? Or was he supposed to go lay in front of the railroad train for these people to say, oh, they happy with that shit? I said, man, look, I said, I put my fist to the sky. I say Jackie Robinson spoke on the issues that he did by making America great. I say, man, there's so many people in our heritage that has done so many things to bring to the attention of this white man that he's wrong and the things that he's doing. I say, I can't name one of them that was violent in anything they did to try and bring this to this man's attention. This man didn't blow up shit. He didn't give the finger. He just got on a knee. And you tell me that he's wrong and you're going to let this man just tell you some shit like that? No, you're supposed to put his ass and check himself and say, no, you're wrong and you need to check yourself. What made him go get on his damn knee? What made him step up to the point and say, this is far more important than my career as a football player, even though I thirst to play football? And that's the difference in him and those Olympians that I was telling you about. I'm sure he wanted to be a football player all his life, like they wanted to go to the Olympics. But he was willing to sacrifice, man, for the betterment of the people. Right? So I sit back, man. And let me tell you something else about that picture that you have in back of you. When you sit back and you think about the picture, and you sit back and you think about that picture, and you think about history, and I ask you about Nat Turner, where how Nat was and things he did. What act do you really think was the most powerful and the most intimidating statement that was done thus far in the acts of civil rights or civil disobedience?
When I think of more recent history, the shootouts with the Black Panther Party on 41st and Central, that type of thing, and obviously Nat Turner. Nat Turner actually killed my slave master to my family.
I'm talking about most recent. That thing that went down in the last 53 years in Mexico City was the most powerful. You know why? Because it was universal. Remember, the Olympics was going around the world at the time.
Well, the stage was as big as it can be.
It was as big as it could be, and it was the most threatening to them because the world was able to see what they had been perpetrating that lie all the time. Justice and equality, fairness for all. We let them know that it was a bunch of bullshit. That was the most threatening thing to their society. Why else would they come down on us because we put our fist to the sky under our 15 minutes in the sun? White guy called me and asked me, he said, John, he said, let me ask you a question about, there was a demonstration in Mexico City. There was a demonstration in 1972 in Munich. He said, then Kaepernick came by, he made a demonstration. I said to him, yeah. He said, well, what do you think the difference is? I said, well, man, there's no difference. I said, there's Black people expressing themselves. I said, I expressed myself in a very sensitive manner to let them know that I was disenchanted about the way Black people on this planet was being treated. I said, I didn't owe anything to America because America hasn't given me or shown me anything. I said, then in 1972, they had Vincent Matthews and Wayne Collette, Wayne from UCLA and Vincent out of New York. They stood on the victory stand and they twirled their medals and they talked while the national anthem was gone. I say they felt that they didn't owe any allegiance to America because America felt like they didn't owe them shit. But when it came time for them to go and try and represent America, they never let them in the parks to train. They had to climb 30-foot fence to get over and pray that it didn't snow the next day so they can go out there and train to represent America. So when they went to the games, they felt like, I didn't owe America shit. I did this shit for me. They twirled their medals and they talked. I said, now you asked me about Mr. Kaepernick? I said, Mr. Kaepernick took a knee because he was in the same vein. I'm trying to wake America up to itself about what it's doing to people of color, black people in particular. Okay? And I said to him, I said, now, each one of those demonstrations was nonviolent. They ain't pop a knuckle. I said, and they said they were wrong. So if I was wrong in 68, they was wrong in 72, and Kaepernick was wrong 40 years later, I said, let me ask you this. What did Kaepernick have to do? Set himself on fire? Vincent Matthews and Wayne Collette need to jump off the Empire State Building? John Carlos needs to just get together and blow his brains out for y'all to applaud and say, oh, they finally did something right? I say, man, we all are on the same plane in terms of trying to wake you guys up. Don't try and separate us. See, and that's where I have the difference with Mr. Smith right now. Mr. Smith trying to divide this shit and break this shit up. He gonna go get on the Wheaties box. Like, he put the fist up by himself and he did all the shit by himself. That's an insult to me and Peter Norman's families. I'm gonna let you go, man, because you look like you sleepy.
No, I'm listening. I didn't want to interrupt. I thought you said the Wheatie box. How can I come back? I'm waiting for you to respond after that. I'm not falling asleep at all.
No, I was just saying.
That was deep.
Damn, it's 10 o'clock.
I don't know where you at. What city are you in?
I'm in Georgia.
Oh yeah, it's 11 o'clock for you.
It is 11 o'clock. I thought my clock was wrong, but it is 11. Taking my ass off. We have to catch up another time. My wife probably upstairs saying, you lost your damn mind.
Oh man. Thank you.
We enjoying all of it, Dr. John Carlos. We enjoying all of this. We love
you. Is he on the phone?
Yeah, he's on the phone. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like I say, I hope I get a chance to get out there, man. Was he in New York or you both of y'all in California?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
What I was doing, I was Googling Vincent Matthews. I was Googling the picture because I haven't seen it in so long.
Right.
That's exactly what I was looking down, Googling it. Yeah, when you said that. Yeah.
A lot of people forget about Vinny and Wayne.
Yeah,
and they always trying to put a wedge between y'all. You trying to put a wedge there, but your thing wasn't like his thing wasn't like your. No, we the same. We just did different methodologies towards it, but we did it for the same reason.
Right. Yeah, I ain't seen that picture in about 25 years. Yeah, me personally. That's why I was like, wow.
If you sit back and you think about that picture, they tried and bury that picture. Okay. I mentioned to you about how they tried and bury John Brown. You think about how they tried and bury what's the guy's name? Howie Long's son.
Oh yeah, for the St. Louis Rams. Yeah, sure.
Did. Remember when he put his hands, I support these brothers who's taking the knee. You notice they didn't talk about him, right? You notice when Peter Norman was on the victory stand for the first 30 years or more, they clipped him out of the picture. In the white book. So, well, why did y'all never talk about Peter Norman? I said, I talk about Peter Norman every day. You cut him out the damn picture. You white folks cut him out. And I said, and I understand why you cut him out. I said, you cut him out for the same reason you cut John Brown out from Frederick Douglass. Because you don't want white kids to think that they could grow up with moral character and believe in fair play and equality. That's why you cut them white boys out and you don't want them in the mix. Okay? I say, so man, go somewhere else. You don't want to come to me with this shit because I got something for your ass. Okay. But I don't want to have it where I have it and other people don't turn the light on their head where they have it too. Because they're going to always challenge us. I don't give a fuck whether you in the office working or is you sitting on the park bench. They're going to come and they're going to challenge you. I got to go eat.
Okay. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Listen, send me that tape though.
I will send it of John Ali. I'll definitely send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Send me the tape when you edit this. Send me this too.
I will. We'll definitely send you the links. Yes. Go ahead, DB.
No, I just want to say, man, you did something great. You even inspired the Statue of Liberty to put her hand up in the air.
Hey, the Statue of Liberty. I remember when I was a kid, I went up there and tried to see that shit. And they tell me about the damn arm is broke. We ain't letting nobody upstairs. So a lot of perks I missed back in the day. I get to the top of the Empire State Building. I get to the Statue of Liberty. By the time the World Trade Center was gone, that shit had dissipated before I can get back there. So all the perks and shit out of the city, I missed all them.
Man, yeah, I want to get to some Bumpy Johnson stories and some Nick Barnes, but we'll say that for next time. We'll say that. I know you knew Bumpy Johnson.
Yeah, I grew up with them. I was young at the time.
Yeah, I know. I know. You saw him.
And, my old man knew all of them.
Wow.
My old man knew all of them. See, my father was a shoemaker, but
he was a cobbler. He was a
cobbler, right? But his pastime was gambling. He told me one time about. Let me tell you this story, and then I'm gone for real.
Okay. Right.
When I got back from the games, I didn't have no place to live. There's a black guy that went with Abe Saperstein. You know who Abe Saperstein is, right? Well, this is a black guy out of Minnesota that Abe Saperstein took with him, a guy by the name of Al Patton. And Al Patton was the one that was bringing all the black players into Abe. So anyway, when I called Al and I said, Al, man, I'm coming back to California. I was living in Canada. I said, I'm coming back to California. I need a place to live. So he said, right there across from the old Pepperdine on 79th Street, just off of Vermont, right?
Yeah, it's Fred Price Church.
Yeah, so did Price just die?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought he just died. Yeah. Well, he had a house right there. Now, maybe 20 yards, 30 yards from where the church was. So he rented the house to me, man. And at that time, I left to go play football. Like I tell you, I'm always trying to do what I can do to make some money, man, to take care of my family. And when I left, man, my wife got to the point where she said, I can't take this shit no more. I could see she was breaking down. So when I got back, first what happened, Bob Beeman's wife. Remember Bob Beeman? Bob Beeman's wife was at my house when I called. And I said, where's Kim? She said, I don't know, John, she's gone. I said, my kids there? She said, yeah, the kids are there. She said, maybe you better come home. And the coach up there in Toronto telling me, he said, man, you made the team. So I said, no, man, I got to go. So I get out of there and I get back to California and I go to the house, man. All my furniture is gone. Everything gone. The only thing I had in there was a bar stool, a boom box, a mattress, and a couple of mugs for coffee. And I remember, man, I was so damn depressed because, not so much about my wife and I breaking up, but I was depressed about my kids. So I'm sitting there in the window and I'm thinking, and I'm watching the kids going to school. And there was a dude used to follow me. He was the feds when the feds was following me. This guy was following me everywhere. And this particular day it was raining again, just like it did when Jets was. This time it was raining though. And it was a big pine tree. The tree probably still out there now in front of the house. And he was parked up under the pine tree. And it's right in front of that big window where I would sit and watch the students go in. And I said to myself, man, sitting in that car, let me go out there and invite him in. Went out to the car and I said, hey, bro. I said, listen, You be following me all the time, man. Ain't no need in you sitting out in this damn cold ass car and shitting all this rain. Come on in the house and have some coffee. He said, oh no, I can't do that. He said, I'm close to retirement. I can't do that. I said, all right. He said, but you can get the coffee and bring it in and sit in here. So I looked at him, I said, okay, cool. Because I was lonely too. Shit, he's sitting there alone. I'm lonely. So I went in the kitchen and I made 2 mugs of coffee and I came out and I started to sit in the back. He said, nah, sit up here with me in the front. So I sit up there and we started talking. And, he's talking about me and his job and this and that. And then he looks at me and he says to me, he says, you're just like your father.
Wow.
And I looked at him.
Wow.
I said, what do you mean I'm just like my father? He said, yeah, you're just like your father. He said, I know your father. Real, what's me? You don't know my father. He looked at me, he said, I do. He said, your name is John Wesley Carlos. Most people don't know my middle name. Hey. So I said to him, I said, well, shit, that ain't hard for you to figure out, you the feds. And he looked at me, he said, well, would the feds know this? And I said, what's that? He said, would the feds know how you got your middle name? I said, no, I don't think they would know that. And he said, well, let me tell you how you got your middle name. He said, your daddy's a gambler, was a gambler. He said, and your daddy and 2 of his buddies went down to Atlantic City and got into a big crap game, big poker game. They won a lot of money, $250,000. He said when they were leaving the crap game, they was driving back to New York. Some of the guys that was in the game decided to ambush them. It was a shootout. And your father's best friend got killed. What do you think his name was?
Wesley.
John Wesley.
Wow.
I didn't even think about my first name related to him until now. I'm always focused on the middle name. But his name was John Wesley. And that's my name is John Wesley. And when he said, you got your middle name from your father's best friend that got killed in the shootout. I knew that my father's friend had gotten killed. I said, wow. He said, well, it was 3 of us that went down there. He said, I'm the 3rd one. And I looked at him, I said, you what? He said, yes, I'm the 3rd one. He said, when we got back, when John Wesley got killed, we had to take John Wesley to his wife and let us see what happened. And we broke the money down and we gave our share of the money. He said, just at that time, that's when they were starting to let black guys into the bureau, FBI. They're starting to let them in. And he would say he went down, he took the test, and he passed that shit, and they put him through all the process, and he became an agent. And his job was after a certain time, because he was due to start retiring around that time. And this was in 1960. No, it must have been around 1972, 70, somewhere around there.
Oh, they definitely watching you after you put your fist in there.
Yeah. Well, it was two guys that followed me. A white boy used to follow me, and I was, had a girlfriend up in Canada, and couldn't find out it was her husband. And then the old brother. But he told me, he said to me, he said, man, he said, you are so much like your father. I just can't express to you how close you and your father is, the way you walk, the way you talk, and things that you do, the way you think. I told him, I said, man, that's deep. I wish my daddy was alive so I can go talk to my daddy about the things you just said to me. So like I told you in the early stages, man, I say my life has been like in a stairway to Mexico and then a stairway down from Mexico. It's almost like it was laid out, and everything that's happened in my life is just so damn incredible. It's hard for people to believe. It's even harder for me to believe saying the shit. But I can't deny it. I lived it. All right, boss, I'm gone. Been great. Do up a tape for me. Make me happy.
Oh, done deal.
I hope you got some good stuff in it.
For
and
sure.
Then you can call Gussie and let us know. Say, Gussie, you wasted my time hooking me up with this old man. Scratch his head. He didn't know shit, didn't remember shit.
No.
Say, Gussie, Gussie, he didn't even remember your name when it was over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's been enjoyable, man. So once again, you said you grew up where in New York?
On Esplanade Garden, 101 125 West 147th Street, right across from the bus depot.
You know where I used to live?
Building 5.
I used to live 626 Lenox Avenue.
Okay.
I would think right now.
What street is that? So I know.
Between 40th and 41st.
Oh, I walk by you all the time. My father had a hardware store right across from Harlem, but this is in the 2000s, in the late 90s.
Yeah, because it was some Italians had the hardware store across the street from us for years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then my father had right across here from Harlem Hospital. He was the locksmith at Harlem Hospital and had a locks and played the double dip. Didn't work, but ran a hardware store. He played the game.
All my brothers and sisters was born in Harlem. I was born in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Let me see. Down the you know where the 369th Armory is, right?
Yeah, I do.
Or right across the street, you know there's a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where the storage place, right?
Yeah, the storage place. I know exactly
you know what it used to be before it was a storage place? It's an ice cream factory.
Oh, wow.
It was LC's ice cream factory. Yeah. Totaled my first bicycle out around there. I remember my father bought me a bike and I'm trying to do some fancy shit on it, man, and crashed into the building. But that wheel looked like an accordion. I'll never forget. And down there, they used to have a lot of coconuts coming in, and they was making this coconut ice cream. And then they would take the canisters that they didn't want, and they would throw the canisters away. Wow. We would go down there and get those canisters, man, and we would go out in front of the Savoy Ballroom because all the black people had to go in the back door, even the black entertainers. But all the white folks come from downtown with their top hats and tails and shit coming. So we would help them out the cab. And then we had a little combo singing my Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean and everything. But we used to use them timbales, them cans as timbales. There's a white boy that used to come every year. He was always dressed real nice, man. Sometimes he'd be in tux and tails. Other times he'd be in casual with saddle shoes and shit. But he would come and he would check us out, give us a good song and dance. And I couldn't sing or dance, but I would collect the money. And he would always toss me a silver dollar. And one day he says to me, he said, young man, he said, do you know why I give you a silver dollar every time? I said, no, sir. He said, well, I gave you this silver dollar because you guys always give a good show for the money. As much as I told you that my father told me about respect, stuck in my brain, what he said there stuck in my brain about giving a good show for the money. Because when I got involved in athletics, that was my first premise, to make sure I gave a good show for those people that spend their money coming in. I think that's why in track and field, they remember me more than anything else, just based on my character as an individual.
God. I love, I love Lenox Avenue, man. God, I love
Who you telling?
I love Lenox Avenue, man. That's
Who you telling?
So that was like 140th Street, right? Where you at, right?
Yeah, 140th.
The Savoy Lounge. The Savoy Lounge.
Kick my two front teeth out right up there at Colonel Young Park.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. Yeah, man.
You know right there on you know where the park is, right? Colonel Young Park. Well, right, if you was on Lenox Avenue and you were facing the park, to the right, at the end of the park, they used to have all these tenement buildings. And they decided they was going to tear them down, so all the people had moved out. And I remember we used to go up in them, and I used to take a bat. It actually was a pipe, and I would break all the mirrors my brothers used to tell me, man, don't do that shit, man. That's bad luck. That's bad, man. That's bullshit, bad luck. I break up all that shit. And I swear right now, I think what shit that happened in my life, I said, man, them motherfucking mirrors didn't come back on me. But I broke them all up. And those lots stayed vacant for a lot of years, too. I don't know. I ain't been back there in a minute. They probably done built something there by now.
Oh, Harlem is yeah, it's a lot different.
You see what they're trying to do, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, what they're doing.
No, I'm talking about they're trying to rezone shit now.
Oh, wow.
Because what they want to do now, they want to put up 40 and 50 flight high-rise buildings now in Harlem.
Yeah.
Okay? And you know who's going to come up in there.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, all the white folks was leaving Harlem. So they went to sleep, woke up next day, they was packing their trucks and station wagons. Everything was gone. And they stayed gone for the better part of 70 years. And now, here, 70 years later, these motherfuckers want to come back like they never left, like they own shit. Tell you, your music too loud, you can't have a block party, you can't do this, you can't do that. It's crazy. Right. Well, I'm going, fellas.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right,
thank
bro.
you.
Hey, listen, man, I ain't never expect to be talking this long.
We didn't either. But it was well worth it. Thank you so much.
I hope you got some, man. And just make me a copy so I can have it for the archives for my kids.
For real. No, we'll definitely do that.
All right, bro. Take care, God. Hey, what's your first name again?
Frederick and DB. DB's on the phone.
DB, okay. I'll look for you guys when I come to California. If I don't do nothing, I'll tell the people in Baldwin Hills, if they don't come forth, I'm going to burn the whole motherfucking town up until I find them. So they're going to throw y'all out.
I'm easy to find. I'm definitely easy to find. Thank you. It'll be an honor to shake your hand. I want my son to meet you.
Oh, by all means. How old is he?
He's 6.
Oh, 6 years old. And look, what you need to do is tell Gussie to send you a comic book.
Okay.
That'd be my comic book as a contribution to your son. I got a superhero comic book that I did about my life.
Okay.
So he's got a lot of shit on there about Lenox Avenue, me coming up on Lenox Avenue too. It's the first edition, but reminder of that and we'll get one to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, man. You guys take care. God bless.
Appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. I'll beam him out. Oh, he figured it out. Okay, good. Oh man, that was fun.
Yo. Classic piece. Yeah, we just got to reconvene at 9 o'clock, man. You know what I mean? Like just, everybody got a moment to go take a little shave shower.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. But I know some people probably won't be able to come back. We can get some more of it because we've been here for a while. But man, shout out. I know we only got a few of the family members that still stayed in. Some people stayed for a while. Dr. Professor, PGH Big Dog.
Yeah, he set the record, man. He definitely set the record. It was an easy 4 hours too.
Easy 4 hours. Got Blue Cub Sports TV in here representing for your boy. Shout out to you, Matrix R. Let's see, my big bro Punch on here. Of course, Kenlon Jones, Reggie Owens, Jeff Smith and slid in, Jay Gibson. Salute to you, man. Thank y'all for the support. Everybody for the super chats. Big Willie, Big Dog Willie, Reggie, Kenlon, and damn, who am I forgetting with that? Damn, it's one more. But DeMarcus Mack, he talked about George Foreman. Just go back and listen to the show, man. It's a great piece. Brian G slid in with us too. And then all of the queens and the ladies that came through. TT, of course, Patty Dean here. Patricia Shelton and Love is the Word. Big Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner. Picasso, yes, indeed. So, for everybody else, man, if you didn't get a chance to, check it out from the very beginning. Beautiful piece by Dr. John Carlos and Moyo Salsa. See you. But man, we'll be back in 30 minutes. Man.
Yeah, we ain't playing the song. We're going to play the song on the intro at 9 o'clock. All right, love y'all. Peace, DB. Go on.